panelists, colleagues, and participants in the second day webinar on the theme, Strategy for Teaching in Post-Lockdown Classrooms. And friends and colleagues are gradually joining in our system. And I heard that the weather in the different parts of the country is not favorable. So there is some disturbance in net and electricity too, supply of electricity too. That's why let's hope the friends will be joining, participants will be joining, and then we will start the sessions here, because we have already announced that our time is from 2 to 5:30. So without any much delay, I would like to move ahead. So we had wonderful sessions yesterday. NELTA Center President, Associate Professor Motikala Subbadewan, Professor Dr. Lakshman Gamale, Mr. N.P. Bhandari, and Mr. Govinda Nirola rendered very powerful sessions with ideas and insights useful for updating teachers. I hope we all enjoyed those sessions. Today we are having four sessions based on the same theme, and yes, we will have few reflections also. So before we begin the presentation, yes, we'll start the presentation, but before starting the very first presentation, we have short opening session here. First, let me invite NELTA Morang Chair, Mr. Gunaraj Nepal, for very brief welcome note. Over to you, Gunaraj sir.
Thank you, Ram sir, our host from Morang. Dear Madam President Motikala Subbadewan, dear Sir Mr. Hemantaraj Dahal, former President and National Director, and today's key presenter. I guess Professor Jairaj Avasti is also here with us, and Sir Namaste, and you are also welcome to our webinar. Senior Vice President of PAPSON Morang, Mrs. Sitala Subba, Training Coordinator, Mrs. Sarita Dewan, CC Member, Kesavji, and other Central Committee members present here. Province Presidents, Mr. N.P. Bhandari, Mr. Ganesh Umagai, Mr. Ramji Hamal, and all branch chairs, and other province heads if they are here with us. Setrap Chair, Dr. Ramji Timalsina, NELTA colleagues, and our valued participants. You are all welcome in the NELTA Morang webinar. This is the second and final day of the webinar. I think I spoke well enough about this webinar in my welcome address yesterday. I would like to extend the same level of gratitude and respect to you all for your valuable presence today. Thank you once again for making us believe that, as Motikala Madam President presented yesterday, we can turn crisis into opportunity if we really wish and do. About Hemanta sir, today's leading presenter, my few words won't be enough to do justice to his contribution to NELTA. As a chair of NELTA Morang, I am deeply honored to welcome Hemanta sir. He is such an inspiring NELTA leader we look up to as a fine example. Dear sir, we are very, very thankful to your time and session today. And I would like to thank you, offer a big thanks to all the participants who joined yesterday and who are joining today. Thank you, Ram sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Gunaraj sir, for your such beautiful words, welcoming all here in this virtual juncture. I will move ahead without any delay. So we have few speeches and remarks in the opening session. So in the opening session, I hope there is PAPSON Morang Senior Vice President, Mrs. Sitala Subba. If she is there, then Umesh sir, let's confirm whether she is there or not. I would like to invite her in the spotlight for short opening remarks. Mrs. Sitala Subba, PAPSON Morang Senior Vice President. Over to you, Mrs. Sitala Subba. If she is there.
Yes, she is there, ma'am, sir. Sitala ma'am, please, I have unmuted your device. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. आज का यस 2 दिन वेबिनार का प्रेसाइडिङ अफिसर यस नेल्टा मोरङ का चेयरपर्सन आदरणीय गुणराज नेपाल सर, त्यसै गरी नेल्टाका केन्द्रीय प्रदेश र जिल्ला स्तरका सम्पूर्ण नेल्टा फ्यामिली, त्यसै गरी यस वेबिनारमा उपस्थित हुनुभएका आदरणीय विद्वान वर्गज्यूहरू, आदरणीय विद्वान प्रशिक्षकज्यूहरू, त्यसै गरी सहभागी शिक्षक वर्गहरू, सबैमा मेरो न्यानो अभिवादन, नमस्कार। सर्वप्रथम नेल्टा मोरङले यस्तो गरिमामय वेबिनारमा मलाई सहभागी हुने एउटा जुन सुवर्ण अवसर प्रदान गरेको छ, यसको लागि म नेल्टा परिवारप्रति हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त गर्दछु, नमन गर्न चाहन्छु। खाने मुखले जुङ्गाले छेक्दैन भन्छन् नि, त्यस्तै आज नेल्टा मोरङले पनि यसलाई साबित गरेर देखाएको छ। विश्व यो कोरोना भाइरसको कोभिड-19 को जटिल अवस्थामा रहेको छ, देशमा लकडाउनको अवस्था छ। यस्तो परिस्थितिमा पनि राष्ट्रको शैक्षिक स्तरलाई खुस्कन नदिनको लागि के कस्ता कदमहरू चाल्नुपर्छ, कस्ता शिक्षण रणनीतिहरू गर्नुपर्छ भनेर सम्पूर्ण कम्युनिटी स्कुल प्लस प्राइभेट स्कुलका टिचर्सहरूलाई आज एकै थलोमा राखेर जुन प्रशिक्षण दिने कार्य नेल्टा मोरङले गरेको छ, यो अत्यन्त सराहनीय कार्य हो भन्ने मैले महसुस गरेको छु। सबैभन्दा यहाँ एउटा अत्यन्त गहन कुरा मैले के राखेको छु भने, प्राइभेट स्कुलका टिचर्सहरूलाई पनि सहभागी गराएर अझ यहाँ यो टिचर्सहरू, प्राइभेट स्कुलका टिचर्सहरूले यस वेबिनारमा सहभागी हुन पाउनु र यहाँबाट प्रशिक्षित हुनु, दीक्षित हुनु भनेको अति नै गर्वको कुरा र भाग्यको कुरा पनि मैले महसुस गरेको छु। शिक्षणहरूमा लगाएको यो नेल्टा मोरङको एकदम ठुलो गुण हो। यो तिर्न सकिन्छ या सकिँदैन, यो त भविष्यले बताउने नै छ। र नेल्टा मोरङले यस किसिमको एउटा प्रविधि मैत्री जुन सेमिनारको आयोजना गरेको छ, यो अत्यन्त सराहनीय छ र यसलाई हामीले महत्त्वपूर्ण रूपमा लिएका पनि छौँ। विशेष गरेर प्राइभेट स्कुलका टिचर्सहरूलाई सहभागी गराउनु भएको प्रति म मेरो व्यक्तिगत तर्फबाट र प्याप्सन मोरङको तर्फबाट पनि नेल्टा मोरङप्रति हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त गर्दछु। र यस अत्यन्त भव्य र अत्यन्त गरिमामय सेमिनारको सफलताको शुभकामना व्यक्त गर्दै भोलिका दिनमा पनि नेल्टा मोरङले यस्तै प्रभावकारी कार्यक्रमहरू आयोजना गरोस् भन्दै नेल्टा मोरङको उत्तरोत्तर भविष्यको प्रगतिको कामना गर्दै मलाई यसैमा आज उपस्थित हुने सुवर्ण मौका प्रदान गर्नुभएकोमा नेल्टा मोरङप्रति आभार व्यक्त गर्दै धन्यवाद दिँदै विशेष गरेर नेल्टा मोरङका चेयरम्यान आदरणीय गुणराज नेपाल सरप्रति पनि म हार्दिक कृतज्ञता ज्ञापन गर्दै उहाँलाई बधाई पनि दिन चाहन्छु। यस कार्यक्रमको पूर्ण सफलताको कामना गर्दै र मेरा आफ्ना भनाइहरू यही अन्त्य गर्दै आजको दिन शुभ रहोस्, हामी सबै स्वस्थ रहौँ भन्ने कामना गर्दै यहाँबाट बिदा हुन्छु। धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
Thank you, Shitala Subba ma'am. She was Morang Papson Senior Vice President, and we are very much grateful to you for your encouraging words, ma'am. And now there is another remarks in pipeline. May I request NELTA Sunsari Chair, Mr. Robin Baral, for putting forward few opening remarks on this occasion. Over to you, Robin, sir. Just for 3 minutes, sir. Robin Baral, sir. Are you getting us?
Robin, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah, yes,
yes,
sir.
please.
Right now. Thank you, Ram sir, the host of the program. Respected Chair of NELTA Morang, and my dear friend Mr. Gurraj Nepal, Madam President, the action of Lady, Madam President Motikala Subhadevan, very respected past President of NELTA and advisor to NELTA, Mr. Hemantraj Dahal. I see past President Jairaj Avasti sir is also there. So NELTA Senior Vice President Professor Dr. Lakshman Gewali, NELTA Treasurer Mr. Ashok Sapkota, Zoom Specialist, Technologist of NELTA. So NELTA, all NELTA executives, CC members, our training coordinator of NELTA, Sarita Devan, Senior Vice President of PAPSON Morang, PAPSON executives and PAPSON executives, etc. President, our dear fellow, very respected Dr. Ramji Timalsina, all NELTians, and all dear and beautiful participants of the today's webinar. Good afternoon to you all from Sunsari NELTA, and I would like to welcome to you all in this program, in this webinar organized by Morang NELTA. Morang and Sunsari, we have been the part of the organization many times. So for this, I would like to thank Gurraj Nepal sir once again. So we had some sessions yesterday's. In the yesterday's webinars, I would like to call it the houseful session. You know, houseful means always successful and record-breaking. So successful and record-breaking program. Congratulations, NELTA Morang, for that. Today we are going to begin by some of the beautiful sessions. First session by Mr. Hemantraj Dahal. He is not only the past president of NELTA and not only the advisor of NELTA. He is, in one sense, I should say openly, we should not mind everything in NELTA in many times. So he is many times the patron, an advisor, supporter, helping hands, and many times he has been the volunteer and supported us. We find a type of, beautiful taste when he is sometimes rude to us, because we love NELTA when we are with him. Such personality has the presentation today, so that I believe it is again going to be the houseful webinar again. So NELTA has gained, dear sir, I would like to salute you, because NELTA has gained this height because of the PPs, past presidents like you all. We would like to salute all the past presidents of NELTA who are like the dharohar of this organization. So the very next presentation is by Mr. Gurraj Nepal, my dear friend, NELTA Morang chair. He is the man of words. I don't like to talk about him very much because he's a very fascinating speaker, hardworking and disciplined in the presentation. His presentation itself speaks more. I should not. I believe there is another presentation by Shankar sir as well. I hope he will not let us all down. Even that will be the interesting session. And the very next thing is another beauty of the program is the panel discussion by the veteran. You already have seen in the posters and this and that. So that will be more interesting and that will be more fruitful as well. So one thing I would like to praise Mr. Gurraj Nepal and NELTA Morang team about your choice of the program. The way you have designed the title, sessions, and selected the topics and areas which are very practical and very burning issues of the time. So credit of this all goes to NELTA Morang. The way you have tied up with the private schools, teachers, private school and community school teachers, and a type of bond, a type of relationship we have developed with PAPSON and NPAPSON that will be really praiseworthy, and this will pave the path for our so many upcoming programs, I believe. So for that, I would like to congratulate not only Gudraj sir and NELTA Morang. I would like to congratulate NELTA because NELTA now is going to tie up in the central level as well. This will pave the path. So I wish my best wishes for the houseful webinar today too, because we have got this many fascinating people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robin sir, for your beautiful, encouraging words. He was in NELTA Sunshari chair, Mr. Robin Barra. Now, without delay and ado, let's move ahead. And there is NELTA's Ilam chair, Mr. Rajendra Baral. So, may I request him to come with, put forward few opening notes within 3 minutes. Over to you, Rajendra Baral, sir. Yeah, Rajendra sir.
Rajendra sir, please, you are unmuted. Please go ahead.
Okay, NELTA Ilam chair, Mr. Rajendra Baral.
I can't see him on the screen now, sir.
Umeshi, is he there? He had telephoned me to inform me that the weather in Ilam is not.
He is not on the participants list, sir, now.
No, he's not there. Please proceed ahead.
So let's proceed.
Then let's proceed. We will catch him later.
Thank you. Thank you, Gunaraj sir. We will catch him later. And thank you all for your positive and encouraging opening notes. And now we have come to the main attraction and part of our program today. So I would like to acknowledge with due respect all the speakers, presenters, and panelists once again in this virtual conference. Now, not taking much time, I would like to move on to the main attraction of the program. For the first presentation, I would like to invite NELTA former President and National Director of NELTA, Mr. Hemantaraj Dahal, to the spotlight. But before he starts, I would like to request Mr. Gunaraj Nepal to introduce the speaker.
Okay, thank you, Ram sir. I am going to introduce such a name that doesn't require any further introduction, but this is quite customary to introduce our valued speaker. So here I go. Mr. Hemantaraj Dahal is the former president and national director of NELTA, and currently he is an advisor to NELTA. He is a visiting faculty of Siam Technology College, Bangkok, Thailand. Mr. Dahal is a lead trainer for TEFL International, executive director of Civil Initiative Nepal, and coordinator for Civil Scholarship. He has presented number of papers in Nepal and overseas and conducted ranges of trainings, workshops, and seminars across the country. Additionally, he is the vice president of INHERD International. Sir, over to you, and you are welcome in our webinar. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Good afternoon, Gudraj sir, the chair of NELTA branch Morang, NELTA Central Committee President Motikala Subbadewan, Professor Jairaj Awasthi, advisor to NELTA, representative of PAPSHN, all NELTA colleagues, and all the participants. This afternoon, I'm going to discuss about writing. The title is Approaches to Process Writing, Role of Teachers in ESL Pedagogy. So let me try my PowerPoint first to upload before I speak. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can see.
Okay. This is the title. You can see the title. What I would like to discuss in title is, I would like to precisely highlight what is writing, why is it important, and then I would like to make a distinction between product writing and process writing. Then after I'll take the side of process writing, resulting in the product ones. So what is the writing? What is the concept of writing? Let's try to, this is familiar to everyone. Still, writing is like we work on the language. Language comprises a number of things. So language is a system of systems linguistically. So the combination of systems, for example, lexical, vocabulary, syntax, semantics, uh, phonetics, phonology, a number of, let's say, and it is a symbol combination of number of systems. That's why we have to put the elements of systems together. That is what I would like to say, organizing content through the language using different types of systems so that we can convey the message. Our students can convey the message. We expect our students, we are teachers. That's why we always focus on the fluency and accuracy of our students both. In order for helping our students develop their fluency, we encourage them to write and write and write on different content. At the same time, we also support them to write accurately, correctly, means use all the elements of system of the language appropriately. That's why what writing is, this is the steps that good writers follow. What are the steps they have to follow? We will also discuss that one. I'll also present that one. That's why, according to Noonan, David Noonan, 2003, writings are physical and mental act about discovering ideas, thinking about how to communicate, and then develop the ideas into statements and writing in paragraphs. And finally, our audience, our readers will get through the messages we'd like to convey. Writing has a dual purpose: to express one point, at the same time to impress. We do not only express our ideas, we also would like to impress through the styles. What I was talking to you last time is stylistics, which is very important, the way of presenting the ideas. That's why the writing comprises of organization on the one hand, and on the other hand, the language, linguistic, grammar components or the elements. The writer is expected to select the most advantageous medium for the writing. Different level of people, like let's say we teach writing, we teach in different level, and we take into consideration, we keep in mind our target audience, our student, and because of the level of difficulty, level of complexity, the style of writing we pursue depending on the target audience, that is our students. Writing is a process and also product. It is a process, how, what are the things involved in the writing, and finally, how does the writing look like? This is a combination of process and product. I would like to focus much more on the process, and through the process, we will result in the product. In Nepal, there is a kind of tendency that the process has been very much undermined. In most of the academic institutions, the product has been emphasized. That invites the challenge. Purpose of writing activities, communication. I mentioned you, this is not only to express. The writer, our students express the ideas, but again, the teachers should be impressed. Until and unless the teacher is impressed, even in the examination, the students cannot or do not score, let's say, the kind of marks they expect. Communication, consolidation of other learning. It is not only communication. Writing comes from reading. Reading is very much important tool or the skill in order for helping develop our students' writing. That's why different ideas from different texts from our reading, it is important to consolidate the ideas from different disciplines different areas from other learnings. That's why it is a kind of consolidation of, let's say, the kind of ideas generated from other texts, varieties of text. Writing has the purpose. We teach our students for different purposes to write. One is narrative writing. Narrative writing is very important to, let's say, narrate.
Hemanta sir, just a pause, please.
Yeah,
Some of the participants are saying that the slides are not visible, but some of them are saying the slides are visible. It might be due to connectivity. Just an awareness to other participants. Please don't get panic on it. Thank you. Please, over to you, Hemanta sir. You can go ahead.
okay, okay. Thanks a lot. So writing is the purpose, clear purpose. I'm not talking about the writing in the higher level. My focus is not here academic writing with references and citations and quote. I am focusing on the students of high school level basically. That's why I like to categorize, like, let's say, what kinds of writings for high school students are very important and relevant. One is narrative writing. Narrative is telling something in the past tense, what happened in the past. Basically, narrative writing comes into the stories, the fictions. If we ask our students to write the answer, write a summary, or write a story yourself, the narrative is very important. That requires certain technique, that requires certain point of view, narrative technique with first person, I, or third person using the narrative techniques. Next one is descriptive writing. Descriptive writing is painting a picture with words when our students have to describe any object, any ideas, whatever it is, then they are required to describe. Next one is expository writing. Expository writing is based on the facts, for example, and figures. It provides the information. Let's say we are talking about COVID. If our students have to write about COVID and they would like to infer, they would like to relate all kinds of information. What happened? How did it happen? And what's the number of the people who are suffered? What is the death rate in different countries? These kinds of information through writing is called expository writing. Next one is persuasive writing. In this persuasive writing, our students are expected to attempt to convince other people or give their opinion. The objective is to persuade, to convince the reader, for example. So this writing becomes much more powerful than other types of writing in a sense that choice of the words and phrases and the stylistics is something different, very catchy, very, let's say, it persuades other people. In subjective writing, persuasive writing is very important in the examination also. If the students can persuade the teachers through their writing, they will certainly, my understanding is, I'll give them higher score without any doubt. Now, characteristics of the good writer. What are the characteristics of the good writer? A good writer is aware of the audience, means who is my audience or who are my audience. For example, our students would like to think like who are their audience, whether the teacher is their audience or their colleagues are the audience, or they would like to write a brief article, short article in the daily newspaper, and then other people, the same level of students or the parents or the government authority, who are their audience, that is very important. Initially, it is important to make a plan or outline. Our challenge in the classroom situation is our students without any planning, normally they directly plunge into writing. And what happens, they start with the writing and then there is a lot of mix max in the ideas, coherence, and the content also. A good writer rereads sections already written. So rereading, then after deleting, adding, whatever necessary, and revises, modifies the text. A good reader uses support strategy to solve the problems, and these support strategies might be consulting with their colleagues, consulting the teacher, consulting other reference materials, because it is not always the teacher. They can also consult other materials that become some kind of sample or useful for them. A good reader pays attention to appropriacy. What are the things appropriate in writing? Coherence, the kind of, let's say, link, cohesion, the cohesive devices, grammatical accuracy or correlations, layout of the text. These are the fundamental things any writer should take into consideration. We also expect our students to follow these ideas. Now, I would like to discuss productive approach and product approach and process approach of writing. These are very fundamental. If we go back to the traditional practices, we are on the left side, product approach. Now it is very important, and I would like to focus on the right hand side. So if you see left, S, this means students, and T is teacher in my writing here slides. In product approach, students mimic a model text. Model text means they review a model text, the teacher provides a model text, and then that is normally presented, analyzed as in the early stage of the students. These model texts are read, and then the features of the type of writing are highlighted. What is the style, what is the feature, what types of cohesive devices as use, the narrative technique, the tense, etc. The linkers, what are the words that link between the sentences and ideas. Control practice of highlighted features, doing a gap fill using the linkers, and then ideas then organized into logical structure, you based on the model text as a guide. The text is already with the students, they have seen it. Organization of the text is often considered more important than content, how it is organized. Topic sentence is very important, connectives are very important, coherence and cohesive devices are conclusion, then first and second and third and fourth and finally, etc. These are very important because of, as a result of which, moreover, nevertheless, these are very important kind of things. So what is missing is content is not very much thought out, and organization part is very much emphasized. The students are given then similar tasks to the model text and use the structure they have studied to produce their own text. And what happens is this is a kind of duplication of the sample text. What I would like to call is, reproduction. Reproduction and production. Reproduction is the kind of creating copying or creative cheating kind of thing. Creative copying, that is also part of learning, but the thing is, a lot of things come from the previous writing. So the ideas are so much repeated, or the style is so much copied creatively by the students. And let's go to the other side so we can compare and then contrast the advantages, disadvantages, etc. The students go through, in the initial state, students go through brainstorm. They brainstorm the ideas rather than they read any sample text and they copy or they focus the same thing. And when they brainstorm, then after they also discuss in the groups, they read back, they use the technology. For instance, if we ask our students to write an essay in 200, 300 words about global warming, for instance, the ideas do not come from the backup. The students are required to develop their understanding first before they write. So developing understanding is working on the content and verifying the content. This is brainstorming. Then after talking with their colleagues in pairs or trials or in groups, confirming and reconfirming whether this information is correct, this information is accurate, what is the process of global warming, who are the causing factors, how can it be minimized. They discuss quite a lot. They read the information, they read the resources, they browse the internet, etc. This is the process involved. Now the process approach, process begins here. And then they deal into notes, they pick up, they evaluate how useful and interesting their ideas are. So they write down some key important points, relevant points, and then they start evaluating whether every information is not that much important in the writing. Which information is more important to other information, major information, minor information, the powerful information, etc. They identify, they categorize. Then after, students organize ideas in mind map in a linear form. Then after, they put the most important ideas. So there are the major ideas and minor ideas, and they put in the linear sequence, for instance, in the text, those ideas. Students write the first draft, normally in the classroom situation, in the group, because a lot of brainstorming takes place when they write in a group. Drafts are exchanged between the students, between the groups, and other groups of students read. They provide comment and feedback. Drafts are written and students now edit their work into the final draft, because a lot of addition, deletion takes place in between. So it is not like a student directly plunges into writing and then writes the final conclusion work and hands over the let's say, submits the text to the teacher or somebody else. Final drafts are then read and other students may write a response to the final draft. So this is a very rigorous process involved here. Planning involves in writing. Students make a plan for writing before they start. This is a lot of metacognitive approach of uh, metacognitive strategy for writing. What is metacognitive is a student plans himself or herself categorically what to write, what to read for this writing, what are the materials, what are the key points, what are the questions I need to ask to my teacher, what are the points I should discuss with my colleagues, and what are the information or sources I should get, and what kinds of notes I should prepare. Then everything that requires for a good writer, the student plans, adopts some metacognitive strategies. So generating ideas that are very important. Discovery tasks such as cubing, students write quickly, you know, and then about the subject in six different ways. Number one, they describe it. What is the content? What is the idea? They describe it. They have to say, what is it? They have to pretend that any reader does not know, is unfamiliar, and I am the expert concept. First, students are expected to describe the ideas, then after compare the ideas. There are different ideas and they have to compare the ideas. They have to associate the ideas, analyze the ideas, apply the ideas, and finally they have to argue for and against. Then after they write the conclusion. That's why planning is very important. If there is no planning among the students, randomized kind of writing is the kind of very much code of approach of writing rather than process. So what happens is effective of, let's say, relevant information is missing. Only mechanics and other stuffs are taken into consideration. So writers workshop, mini lesson, writing time and sharing, genre approach, writing process. In writing process, first pre-writing involves, that is ideas and connecting the ideas, generating ideas from different sources through brainstorming, discussion among the colleagues, reading the materials, generating ideas. Then after connection between the ideas, between and among the ideas, drafting. Then after brainstorming, discussion, reading, compiling information, note taking, note writing, note making, the students start writing. That is the first draft. In the first draft, word choice is very, very important, because the choices of the words, for instance, when we discuss with the higher students in higher level, if we teach linguistics, or if it is second language acquisition, what do you expect? The relevant words, words of the relevant discipline is very, very important. If this is about global warming, most probably, let's say, the students are expected to use the vocabulary words related to the global warming. They might be using chlorofluorocarbon. They might be using the vocabulary like ozone layer. Okay, they might be using these kinds of relevant words related to environment. They might be using drought, rain, floods, etc. So these words are very much important to be used. Drafting, then after revising after drafting. All previously mentioned, what is said, what is written, and then students are expected to revise and then organize again. After editing, all previously mentioned what is said, they again edit, delete, change, revise, anything. The conventions are checked, voice, active voice, passive voice, what kind of writing it is. If this is a kind of, let's say, investigation, laboratory kind of experiment, and the doer is less important. Action is more important. If the action is more important than who did it, we use passive voice. If the doer is more important, we encourage our students to use the doer as a subject. Who did it, for example. Uh, Next one is proofreading. Again, all previously mentioned information. We encourage our students to proofread and then fluency of writing. What is the fluency of writing? The flow, connection, transition. These all make the kind of fluency. Otherwise, when you read, it does not flow very smoothly, and then people don't like it. And then after either publishing or in the case of students, we say, let's say, submitting to the teachers. And next one, process approach to writing. Some of the stages are there. One is brainstorming stage. That is start with brainstorming. Think about the topic given by the teacher in the classroom situation as a whole class or a group of peers, etc. Teacher elicits the students' ideas to the board. Elicitation is when the students discuss and brainstorm, they write some key points. Then it is important for the teacher to write down those key points on the board so that the information provided by the individual groups can be seen by the entire classroom. That is, eliciting the students' ideas to the board is just quickly writing down. And then can we put in linear order in mind map? How can, let's say, develop the kind of mind map concept? Then after, what comes first? The ideas are there, but which ideas come in the first part, which ideas go in this middle part, which ideas go to the conclusion parts, they are very important. That is part of planning. Otherwise, this becomes product rather than the process one. Then organization, then organizing, the stage, organizing stage, compile the relevant ideas, then eliminate and organize like the compile main ideas means when the main ideas are put together and then less important ideas eliminate and reduce and take away, delete, okay? And these ideas, some ideas go into the main part, some are very supporting kind of subordinating ideas, key ideas and subordinating ideas, add or delete information. 3, writing the first draft. Students start writing, then order may be changed. The sequence might be changed. In the beginning, the ideas, the content come into the student's mind. They note down and they start organizing. Later on, they may realize that this organization should change, order should be changed. There might be possibilities of mistakes. When possibilities of mistake, the students are expected or students should be supported to do 2 things. One is editing, another is proofreading. What is editing? What you write. Edit that one. What is proofreading? How to write. That is proofreading. So editing and proofreading are not the same thing. Editing, it focuses on what you write, what the students write. They have to focus what they write, content part. Proofreading is much more the stylistics and organization part. how to write. Then focus. It is always good to advise the students to focus only at a time. One, not doing both the things together unless the students have a good command over writing. My point here is first, suggest the students to edit what they write after they complete editing the content, and the second stage ask the students to proofread the how they write will be easier rather than handling editing and proofreading simultaneously. Teacher gives students feedback in editing part on the content and the organization of the ideas. Then teacher asks students to revise with the help of some of the questions. These types of questions might be relevant for the students to revise their writing. Is there a main idea, topic sentence, main idea or related to content? Is the main idea clear or not? Is the introduction interesting for the reader? How does the student begin writing? Do the paragraphs develop naturally? Are they relevant to the main ideas or not? Every paragraph must have a central focus to the main idea, the topic. Are the ideas supported by other subordinated information well, or are there enough examples and details for the contents ideas? Are the transitions chosen correctly in the right place? How can the student link the ideas from one idea to another? There are some linking, transition, linking word. Is there a conclusion? Does it have a summary? Then students edit their essay and to add some examples if that is missing. Support the main idea and summary and delete redundancy. There is a high chance for the high school students to have the redundancy. Redundancy is the repetition of the same ideas, words also. If the same words are repeated, even with correct grammar and meaning, it is not very reader friendly. In the first sentence, let's say the global warming, the third sentence, global warming, fourth sentence, global warming, fifth sentence, global warming. Then each sentence is the same vocabulary is repeated, it's boring. That's why students have to find out, uh, replace with some of other relevant words which are not repeated. So this redundancy uh, applies to the ideas, applies to the language, etc. Once satisfied with the content and the organization, then students write a second draft and make it ready for proofreading, for instance. And then fifth is proofreading. Proofreading is how you write. The piece of writing is checked for spelling, punctuation, grammar, mistakes, etc. So the teacher should check and look for the following: any sentence fragments and run-on sentence, incomplete sentence, grammatically erroneous. There is the link is they said broken, references without pronouns. That is a big problem in our context. What happens is there is no clear, sometimes even without noun also, the first noun and the second noun and the third noun might refer the first noun. So which is a big challenge in pronouns also. Redundancy of the ideas, repeated ideas, spelling mistakes, repetition of the same words. I gave you the example just before, like the global warming all the time, chlorofluorocarbon, the same repeated 5 times is boring. So punctuation mistakes, wrong tense choice, and tense contrast. Our students have a lot of challenges actually in writing. When it is grammar, they can do it correctly. For instance, conditional. First condition, second condition, third condition, and then it has the purpose. It is not only to correctly structure, but they have also purpose. For example, the degree of possibility and just wish, etc. To what extent our students are pretty clear and they can use. Misused modifiers sometimes, style inappropriate for the audience. What type of style the learners, the student have chosen. Sometimes if the style is boring, then again, it is not very reader friendly. People may not like to read it. They find it boring. So finally submitting. Once the students have gone through all the things after teachers' feedback, then after the students, they have to do things first draft, second draft after editing, the final product after proofreading, and then, let's say it is completed. The challenge also in our classroom is it happening? Does it happen? Does it take place actually? This type of thorough, let's say, procedure our students go through so that they get a lot of opportunity to practice writing. That's a big challenge. Most often it's not taking place. Then after process is already a lot of, let's say, to the greater extent, the process has been undermined. Once the process is wrong or undermined, not thorough, then not accurate, then product is not very satisfactory. Uh, Now, what I would like to do is I would like to give you the example from IELTS uh, sample here. For example, let's say tea production. This is the kind of area the students have to write. So the students, you means the students have to spend about 20 minutes on this task. There is a diagram given to the students, and this diagram shows how tea leaves are processed into 5 tea types, and then summarize the information by selecting and reporting the main features and make comparison where relevant. The students have to write in 150 words, for instance. Now, this is provided to the students. This diagram is provided. Otherwise, this does not become the kind of process, right? The students are supported. There are different, let's say, the process, the types of teas at the bottom: white tea, green tea, oolong tea, large leaf tea, small leaf black tea, etc. Then after, you can see the process: leaf growth, plucking, withering, steaming, rolling, crossing, slight fermentation, full fermentation, oven dry. So the students are given this information, and they are also given very clear, let's say, uh, ideas. Manufacture 5 different types of tea. All the teas are produced from the same leaf. 5 different types of tea through differences in the manufacturing process. So what is the difference? Is the manufacturing process is the difference. The first 3 stages of manufacture are the same for all 5. Then after the third step, the process changes for the type of, let's say, tea people are going to prepare, produce. For example, leaves grown, then plucked, leaves withered. Final stage is also same, which is all the leaves dried and oven. In the stage between this, different methods of production are employed. Now the students have to understand this process first. Otherwise, if you ask them to write without preparing them, this becomes very much product only without the process. And that becomes very challenging for our students. Now, there is one paragraph. Let's see, to begin with, tea is unique as it involves no other processing. In contrast, green, oolong, and large leaf tea, black tea are all rolled as part of the process. However, while green tea is steamed before being rolled but is not fermented, the other 2 teas are first rolled and then both fermented. In bracket, oolong only slightly, but large leaf black completely. Finally, a small leaf black tea is neither steamed nor rolled, but it's crushed before being fully fermented. Now, for this writing, very short paragraph, there is a comment. I have taken it from the IELTS. That's why, what is the comment? This is a well-organized response that covers all the important features of the diagram. It is easy to follow as it discusses each tea in turn, but not only this. It also groups similar processes together and identifies the differences. Example, similarities. The first 3 stages of manufacture are the same for all of the 5 teas. Green, oolong, and large leaf black tea are all rolled as part of the process. Now, White tea is unique as it involves no other processing. So there is a difference, for example. However, while green tea is steamed before being rolled but is not fermented, the other two teas are first rolled and then both fermented. What is the comment then? Appropriate voice use. This is passive voice. You can see down there, uh, second one. However, while green tea is steamed before being rolled out, but is not fermented, etc. So appropriate voice, action, not the doer, passive voice. Who is important? Who did it is less important here. The process is very important. That's why action is very important. The teas are produced in the same leaf. The leaves are grown. They are then plucked. Different methods of production are employed. These kind of structures using passive voice. So what is the comment here? Accurately use a mix of complex structure also. In writing, gradually we expect IELTS examiners would like to see the students' style or like students' ability to what extent they can manipulate. They can use the relative pronouns in order to make the complex sentences. It doesn't matter how good is the content. In English might be 100% accurate, but if the people use only simple and compound sentences, they are losing their scores. That's why they expect complex sentence to check the, let's say, the examinee's command over the language. Noun clauses. It is immediately apparent that although all the T's are produced from the same leaf, so use of noun clause in structure, relative clauses, the final stage is also the same, which says all the leaves dried in an oven. Adverbial clauses, although all the T's are produced from the same leaf, white tea is unique as it involves no other process, while green tea is steamed before being rolled but is not fermented. We can see the structure, how this writing, very short paragraph has been structured, and then structure in the sense all types of coordinate, some etc. coordinated language is helping. There is another one. I want to skip this one. Just I have already given one example. I will do it. This is comparing, let's say, bar graph and chart graph. How the I want to tell you like how is writing generated? How are the ideas generated? Ideas do not come from the vacuum, not from the blue. That's why there should be some supporting materials provided to the students out of which they can generate the content. You can see in the chart graph, this is source is US Census Bureau, current population survey 2008, annual social and economic supplement. Another is also same one, the two different types of graphs. So the students are expected to compare and contrast. The title here is Women in Puberty, Family Composition of Household. One, another one is Puberty Rates by Sex and Age. Single women with no dependent children, married women with no dependent children, married women with dependent children, and single women with dependent children. Another one is we're talking quite a lot about authentic use of language. The authentic use of language is the people did not prepare these reports in order for taking into the classroom situation to teach English to the student, however the teacher considers. So this is quite authentic information. The very accurate information comes, or maximum, let's say, accuracy of information is there because this is research based. Now our students are expected to note down from this, compare and contrast, develop ideas, brainstorm, then after. If they need more information, find other additional sources or discuss with the teacher. Only then they are prepared to write something, for instance. Here are three paragraphs. I am not going to read it, just for example. So these three paragraphs is the answer to that question. Now, how to write a process, some tips. Choosing a topic is like, let's say 50% done. So it is very challenging. Most often the teacher gives the topic. If the teacher gives the topic, most often or almost always in the classroom, is that appropriate? If the teacher always gives the topic, the reason is here, let's say students' interest, students' wants, students' needs. Even in the classroom, every student does not need the same thing. Every student is not interested on the same topic. Maybe if you give me a topic for writing a game of cricket, you will fail me in English because I have no idea what cricket is. How do people play cricket? And the relevant vocabulary words I don't know. That's why you will fail me. We do not consider these things in the classroom situation. The challenge there is during dusting, everybody takes homework from English teacher, most often in private school. Write an essay, how did you celebrate dusting? And then it is a kind of, let's say, ignoring the students' interest. So many people do not celebrate dusting, and we are forcing them to write dusting. And then this is completely irrelevant. My point here is we can ask the students to generate topics. What is their interest? Are they interested in music? Are they interested in sports? Are they interested in science and technology? What are they interested? Because we teach the content, let's say, through different subjects. We should not be worried very much to enrich their content. Any content from science and technology, satellite, for instance, travel, food, food habits, etc., food culture, anything they like, they can choose. We focus on writing. So choosing a topic is 50% done. Then after gathering relevant but enough information on the content, it's really important. Study your subject well. Then whatever is the topic, they have to research. This is a kind of research, mini research for the students before they write, even in high school, because they have to collect the rich information first on the content. Then after they can write down notes, prepare notes, make a coherent essay featuring precise and relevant content. Precise means not very lengthy, not very boring, exactly, very smart. A good writing is something, if you delete two words, it is not going to make meaning because there is neither less nor more. Whatever is necessary, that is there. If unnecessary information is there, it becomes quite clumsy. Explain all details of the procedure, then observe flow and maintain logical order in the transition. We have discussed quite a lot. Use of specific words, for example, the connective, switching to another activity, furthermore, then, before, that, as a result, consequently, that's why, that's what, etc. While using special term, explain the meaning. It means, this means. It's always important. People suddenly write, let's say, 2019, certainly going to give trauma among the children or human beings of population, if we say. And trauma is also not an easy word. It means, the word trauma means, for example, further explanation. Just this is one example. For instance, using compound and complex sentences rather than simple ones. I mention that because the complexity lies in the complex sentences in writing. We have to, whenever the students study in higher level, they will have to encounter a number of complex words. It means they should be well acquainted with these kinds of sentences, complex sentences, and then to draw the meaning. Check phrases for consistency. What types of phrases are used for consistency is important. What are the advantages of writing process essay? Analytical, information prioritization, complying with instructions, and keep an eye for details. What is analytical then? Writer means how students, they need to switch logically and represent events in order. Analytical things, need to think analytically. Students can transfer analytical skills into their life when performing works. What does it mean? Even later on, when they develop analytical skills for any type of writing, including they go into the profession, that will work. Information prioritization is use precise phrases, vague expressions reduce, says the quality of writing. That's why don't use the vague expressions. Analyze resources and choose them. All the resources are not equally important. Some resources are more rich and useful. Include only valuable information. A lot of information is floating. What is more useful? And then complying with instructions means, what is the instruction? What should the student do? Follow compliance with guidelines. Students learn to follow the procedure of smooth transition. Then gradually they learn how to reach goal. They can be used as a professional life later on. So keeping an eye means details very important. Details like comparing, contrasting, analyzing the information detail is really important. You scrutinize each word and phrase to present value for your readers. Attention to detail is essential in workplace later on, because we are making our students not only passing the exam, but also to be able to take the responsibility in a certain profession, either being a teacher or working somewhere when they have to write in English. That's why it's important. Now, I discuss a little bit of topic sentence. For instance, what is topic sentence? TS here is topic sentence. It captures the essence of the paragraph, introduces the reader to the topic, and sets the tone for the rest of the paragraph. That's why topic sentence is very important. What is the essence of the paragraph? It provides. It introduces the reader. When the readers see the topic sentence, even without the title, they can guess what is this topic about. And it gives the way for the writing. Setting the tone for the rest of the paragraph means providing the writer an opportunity to continue. For example, the police and parents have a mutual responsibility to teach children about good behavior. This is one topic sentence. Now, this topic sentence provides an opportunity. The police and the parents have the joint responsibility to teach children about good behavior. Now the writer, the students can think about who is police, who are parents, and then how can they work together kind of thing. And then what are the good behaviors? They have to first study. Rather than randomly start writing, they have to study these things first, brainstorm, generate idea, and they can do that. Another topic sentence is, there has been evidence that the use of modern gadgets by young people does in fact increase their creativity. How to gather the information? Without information, the students cannot write there. How does it increase creativity? Next topic sentence is, social media platforms such as Facebook and Twitter have become a major source of news and information for young people. How? Then again, they need the vocabulary words related to these areas. Topic sentence for paragraphs, topic on the first, in the middle supporting ideas, and at the bottom is concluding sentences. So topic sentence here, you can see another example. This example is very important. Most people prefer to let the automatic dishwasher take care of dinner dishes, but there are advantages to washing dishes to the hand. So there are some, let's say, ideas. In these also, there are different ideas. What are these different ideas? And why are the ideas so much important? Here, what can you see is, for instance, sorry, what can you see here is, most people prefer to them, the subject is washing dishes by hand is the subject, and the controlling idea is advantage. And what is the focus of this topic is the advantages. Most people prefer to leave the automatic or take care of the dinner dishes means it has the advantages. The paragraph will talk about advantages of washing dishes by hand. The subject is controlled by the advantages. That's why our students, if supported, they can focus on the advantages and the content related to advantages. For instance, they will be guided like that.
Excuse me,
Okay.
sir. Sorry for interruption, sir. Sir, how long will you take, sir?
Not much. I'm about to finish.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Back
So
to you, sir.
next one is another is fortune hunters encounter many difficulties when exploring a shipwreck. Many difficulties controlling ideas. Exploring a shipwreck is the topic. That's why in a topic sentence there are two ideas. One is the controlling idea, another is the subject. Controlling idea. Uh, Another point here is, let's say, how can the students stress the sentences in the early stages? There might be some guidelines with the WH questions. WH questions like, let's say, we can still move on to how is missing here, who, what, when, where, why. Let's say, my crazy cat. Who? My crazy cat. What? My crazy cat is running around. So this is running around is aided. When? All day long, my crazy cat is running around. Where? All day long, my crazy cat is running around my bedroom. Why? All day long, my crazy cat is running around my bedroom because she wants me to let her outside. So the point is, in the initial stage, even with these sentences, we can help our students to develop their writing. Here is the example of topic sentence here. You can read the first sentence. Okay. Uh, So, reading first sentence is, there are several possible reasons why my father is in excellent health, even though he is over 70 years of age. That is the first one. That leads, that helps students to continue, giving reasons, first, second, third, finally, etc. And there is concluding, supporting sentences and concluding sentence. Now, towards the end, I want to give one example. This is, I have adapted from Dave. This is, Dave's writing was about Bangkok. David also works in Thailand together with me, the same college, we work together. He's an American guy. So he has written a book called Smooth Moves. This Smooth Move is used for TESOL International course produced by TEFL International. So I read out quickly, then after there are some ideas. What do you think about dogs in Kathmandu? This is a writing, a paragraph, People have written that Kathmandu is a dog challenge society. Street dogs and even dog packs litter the streets of Kathmandu day by day and roam unhindered at night. It is hard to walk down any street without stepping journey around sleeping dogs or the refuse they leave behind. Tourists from Tamil area complain about the ever-present mangy dogs with running stores that build fully around outdoor restaurants and the nightclubs. Combined with the threat to the economic well-being of the country, the health is appalling. Since rabies inoculation is impossible with the large number of strays, the threat from this incurable disease is daunting. As well, there are innumerable other diseases that are spread by dogs or their parasites, from worms to flea and tick-transmitted viruses. In sum, something must be done. Despite Nepal's cultural practices, a solution is needed for both economic and social welfare of Kathmandu. Now, my final slide is writing task based on this. That's why if we ask the students, for example, what I am thinking is giving this paragraph to the students to read. And then based on this, they have to come up with their own writing. And what are the task. What is the task for the students in group? Discuss the above reading means the paragraph about the street dogs in Kathmandu. I read, so they have to. This paragraph is given to the student. What their task is going to be writing task. Discuss the above reading. Define the problem. What are the problems about the dogs, street dogs? Develop 3 alternative solutions. How can it be solved? Then after, choose one solution and write how it would improve the situation. Remember that you must consider the value of the culture. While you are dealing with the stray dogs, there are also local cultural practices. People love dogs. You may not directly kill them. You have to find other solution, for instance, and present your solution, for instance. That's why my point here is, this is the last final slide. My point here is, process approach of writing is something that involves quite a lot of activities and preparation. And what happens is, teacher's role is providing the supporting materials, helping students, guiding them, but the students do a lot of discussions, brainstorming, they write and they edit and they proofread, and it takes time in the initial stage, unless the students are so much spontaneous. These are the sources. Okay, thank you very much, friends. I'm not pretty sure whether to what extent this is useful, but I have targeted this for high school level, not for the university. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to speak to our intellectual audience, sir. We feel that your ideas and perspective on process writing, role of teachers were really insightful and encouraging. We are truly fascinated. Please accept our sincere appreciation and gratitude.
Thank you.
Yeah, now we are moving ahead with question and answer session, and being based on the presentation Hemanta sir has made, I would like to request some participants to raise the hand if you have any questions, and then put forward the question here. And for question answer sessions facilitation, may I request to Gunraj Nepal sir?
Kusum Subba, Kusum ma'am, you have raised your hand. I've unmuted your device. Can you please go ahead with the question, please?
Yes, please, yes.
Kusum Subba, madam. Please, if you have got, since Gunraj sir is next presenter, I would request you to either put your questions on the chat box or raise your hand so that we can unmute you and you can go ahead with your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We don't see anyone there to ask the question. I think it was, yeah, there is a question.
Kamal Raj Dahal sir has got a question. Kamal sir, I've unmuted the device. Can you please go ahead with your question, please? Kamal sir?
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, straight to your question, please.
Okay, my question is actually in Nepalese context, in school level, English classes, language classes, even in Nepali as well, rather than focusing on writing as a process, most of the lessons the teachers follow writing as product, such as drafting, revising, and rewriting. Such process are not encouraged by the teachers, nor the students go through. How can we encourage, empower the teachers, and compel them to focus their writing lessons as a writing as a process concept? Thank you very much.
Actually, this is not the point of compelling the teachers. This is the point of educating the teachers and helping the teachers develop their competence. How can they do? That's why I wanted to present this one with a proper understanding that we are dominantly practicing the product rather than the process. Without the process, what happens is you keep teaching 5 years, 10 years, what happens, the result will be the same. There is no significant improvement because our students, when you give a topic, they don't read actually the information. They simply write from their mind, whatever they know. And that is always incomplete. Whatever I write, even as a teacher, having experience for teaching English for more than 30 years, if you give me a topic and I don't do research, for instance, and my writing will be, no one will accept my writing. That's why this is the teacher who should be develop their capacity and motivated them. Teachers might consider in the beginning, oh, I cannot complete the course. This is very time taking. However, this process approach is until and unless the students are autonomous, spontaneous. Once the students are autonomous, the concept of process writing is also leading the students towards the product writing. Once they are very competent, and they can start developing product writing, and these writings might be much better than, let's say, without doing the process writing. So my point to answer to your question is, who are the teachers means now we are the teachers. We have started developing our understanding. We have to start with the colleagues now, working together in the team, for instance. Yesterday I was talking that now there is no, let's forget the private or public, because this is teaching English. Let's start working together. That's why we will be the kind of change agent, I guess.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your response. And thank you, Kamal Raj, sir. We are running out of time, scheduled time, so we are a little bit in hurry. So we have the next presentation in line. So without taking much time, I would like to move on to the next presentation. So for the next presentation, I would like to request NELTA Morang Chair, young and rising scholar Gunraj Nepal. But before presentation, I would like to request is the speaker, presenter. Over to you, Umesh sir.
Thank you, Ram sir. Before we begin, we'd like to extend a sincere thanks to Hemant Raj Dal sir for such a thought-provoking session on writing. Thank you. We much appreciate your efforts, sir. So now let's begin with another session. So it's my great pleasure to introduce the next presenter for today, a rising ELT star from Eastern Nepal, Mr. Gunraj Nepal. Gunraj sir is an MPhil scholar from Kathmandu University. He's a lecturer of English at Sukuna Multiple Campus Morang and Biswa Adarsa College Itari. He is currently the chair of NELTA Morang and general member of IATEFL. He has 3 master's degrees, MA in English Literature, MA in English, and MAd in English Language Teaching. He has presented papers and facilitated various teachers training programs, presented scholarly papers at various national and international conferences, delivered a plenary at province and national level conferences of NELTA, published various articles in professional journals, and worked as the editor for various academic journals. Gunraj sir, welcome, and over to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Umesh ji. Thank you very much. I think now I can share my screen.
Yeah, you go ahead, sir.
Sir, is that all right?
Yeah.
Yes, please go ahead, sir.
It's visible.
Is it fine?
Well seen, sir. Visible.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ram sir and Umesh ji. Dear Madam President and dear senior sirs, madam, and colleagues. So as you can see on the screen, my title for today's session is Encourage Thinking, Not Cramming. Illustrations from grade 9 to grade 12 English textbooks. When I'm using the word cramming, I'm using it to mean something that is simply memorized, something swallowed undigested, something that is not critically looked at, something that is not debated or questioned, or something that is taken for granted. Why? The reason is simple. Because having spent more than 20 years in the field of teaching, I look at English language or literature classroom as a site of rich, critical and dynamic engagement between teachers and students, and between and among students. So my choice of the word cramming has a rationale behind it. And here, to begin with, critical thinking requires teachers to be active in thinking and doing. So, I think, this statement, I mean, the title of the poem, the first line of the poem by Emily Dickinson, as far as I remember, I had, presented it to a sensory, NELTA program. Tell all the truth, but tell it slant. Means truth is too bright to accept and assimilate. Means telling I'm here to share some truths about being a teacher, but I cannot go directly to you. So what I have done, I have taken the help from one scholarly article. It may sound funny to you, but my choice has a reason. How to be a boring teacher. And, the writer has, given some tips for us that can help us to grow into a boring teacher. So how I'm connecting, let me tell you. So my agenda is critical thinking, or thinking skills are very important for us in the language classroom. But are we doing critical thinking activities to allow our students enough space to debate the material, to debate the text that we present? That's my question. And when I, I'm here to present, I would like to connect it to, Emily Dickinson's statement. Tell all the truth means I am telling you the truth about ourselves, myself included, but I am telling it slant. Means in a slanted manner. So I hope, when I explain the points that this writer, Promodu L, has elaborated in his article, How to be a Boring Teacher. So he says, assume students know nothing, means explain everything in full laborious detail. Do not assume that students have done any English before, or have heard English literature or grammar before. Do not by any means draw on their experience of life, their knowledge of the world or other school subjects. Your students assume that they are empty vessels and you are a full vessel. And this explains why you may find them a bit noisy at times. And when you find them noisy, blame them. And this is where boring teachers, are common. Means boring teachers blame, their students. So when beginning a new reading, do not silly-sally around asking questions. Go straight into it. Then you can become a boring teacher. Then sit still means make yourself comfortable at your desk or stand on the desk itself. Means your place is in your chair and you do not bother going around the class. Or stand at the back of the room where all you can see in the back is the back of your students. And be predictable. You should have a fixed routine for doing everything so your students know exactly what is coming. Always begin your lesson with presentation, practice and production, PPP, and stick to it. you will never come unstuck. This is this writer speaking, dear participants. And I'm connecting, if you do not want to be a teacher who is expected to promote critical thinking, debates and dialogues in the classroom, and engaged teaching in the classroom, can grow into a boring teacher. And these are the features of boring teacher. I think I should make it clear. And then he tells us that, speak in a monotone, means you should not vary the pitch in your voice. Say everything in the same dull manner. All your utterances, whatever their function, most sound the same. Okay? And let students do nothing. Do all the work yourself. Explain what you did, the previous lesson yourself. Read out the text from the course book yourself. Read and answer the questions yourself. Write the answer on the board yourself. Then rub the board and clean yourself. Look at how is this writer, pointing his finger at us. Do we really want to grow into a boring teacher? And then he tells us, teach the textbook. Means start from page 1 and go straight through the last page of the textbook. That is, lesson after lesson, unit after unit. Do not by any means introduce anything extra or extraneous material into the lesson. Remember, the textbook is Bible for you. It is something that cannot be tempered. It is something that cannot be debated or questioned. So it is complete and self-contained, and no need of any supplementation from your side. And then be right all the time. After all, we are teacher. We are armed with, a textbook, infallible textbook. So there is no excuse for being wrong. And lose your students means, in no circumstances you should pause to check that they are still with you. Travel alone, right? If they have not understood, that's your problem. It's not their problem. We have heard, many teachers speak. And there was a time I would also think, if they do not understand, it's their problem. It's not my problem. It's not our problem. And then keep talking, means keep the flow of teacher talk going non-stop. If you are not fluent, if you as an English teacher are not fluent, who else can be fluent? Umeshji, there are some people in the waiting list. Could you please check? It is disturbing me. All right. So the whole point here through this slide is that if you follow these tips by this writer, may sound very funny and disgusting to some of you. It's telling us that, we can guarantee the optimum level of boredom, OLB, optimum level of boredom in our classroom. So this is where I connect. I am telling you the truth, but in a slanted way. Means if we want to grow, into a boring teacher, we should follow these tips. But I'm sure that you do not want to be, a boring teacher. So here I go. Now, I have added 2 other things. And what I have added here is, attend, teach conferences, seminars, workshops, but try little to put the knowledge and skills into actual practice and sharing. This will develop you into a boring teacher. This is my addition to writer's idea. And stay so proud. Who else can, tell you are not qualified to continue to be a teacher? You have already earned a university degree. So why should you bother about, going to conferences? Or even if you attend conferences, why should you take pains sharing your ideas with your colleagues? Means be swaympakke, earn your idea, cook yourself and digest it. And then you can be, a boring teacher. and take care of the impossible. Some colleagues are quick to find out the darker side, means what is not possible in their context, or what may not sound true to their experiences, or what may not sound feasible enough when they see through the lens of their perspective. If you think, I believe, we are growing into a boring teacher. I dare to say that. And having spent, these many years, 20 plus years in the field of teaching, I guess, I have come to realize that the whole imperative, the whole message, if you ask me, that I have learned is how not to be a boring teacher. And when I say this, I guess that you are also, with me. And when I say big ideas, small ideas, I attend conferences, and we come across many grand theories, methodologies borrowed from the West, and we feel, oh, great ideas, fine. I also feel exalted. But these days, I think small ideas, small narratives, small experiences that are experienced by the teachers in the local context, no matter, they may not be perfect. No matter, teachers experiencing those things may not be well versed or, versed enough to express, but they are important. So the point here is that if we do not, put these grand narratives or theories or methodologies around or across, our local experiences, I guess we are away from our actual practices. And I'm connecting it to our practices, and I'm connecting it to critical thinking practices later. And the teacher way, I saw some of the posts, and some senior friends were writing, tomorrow's presentation will also highlight how we can cope up with COVID-19 crisis. I guess, a presentation, a great session by our president, Motikala Subhadevan, was, a great session for our participants to think and understand how teachers who are positive from within can turn, the crisis into a good opportunity with all the positive energy. So I think, that's what teacher can do to address. And sometimes I feel that, journey is the gift, we might not have gained a lot in our teaching life, but if we love our teaching, if we have passion for growing into a good teacher, not into a boring teacher, I think that should be the gift for all teachers. And see, I took a lot of time in setting the background, and I'm conscious in doing that. I wanted to set up a background, because as long as we have the kind of things the writer who gave us ideas about growing into a boring teacher, we understand, what he actually wants us to understand through his tips, I don't think we'll be in a position to understand why critical thinking is very important in the language classroom. So what I'm going to do in my session, in the first part of my session, I will highlight some, the growing emphasis on thinking skill. I think many of us understand it. And then I present some questioning strategies and a technique, a model very quickly. And then I will draw on some examples from grade 9, 10, and 12. And then finally, I will end up with the implication of, active learning and critical thinking. So let's begin with the commonplace. What do we do as teachers? If I ask this question, I think the most common answer that I would receive, if I'm not wrong, would be, I would teach prescribed contents in the textbook. Fine, we should be doing that. Next would be, I have my students do textbook or workbook exercise. There is also nothing wrong. We do it. Administer tests and grade our students. We do it. That's fine, nothing wrong. My question is now, in the process, do we also encourage students to think for themselves and lead them to understand, doubt, debate, or question the text prescribed for them? And dear participants, when I'm talking about this process of engaging students in thinking, I'm not talking about something very big. I'm trying to establish a very simple thesis that do we really allow a thinking time to our students? Do we really extend our help and support when we sense that our students are struggling to express their ideas or to connect their ideas or to convert their ideas from Nepali into English? Do we really give them space? That's my question. I watched one video by an editor. She was telling us in our promo video that I am a film director, and those who are film directors are sick, S-I-C-K, and I as a film director is super sick, super S-I-C-K, sick. So unless we cultivate this understanding into the blood of what makes us teacher, I think we cannot allow our students to do it. So that's where I want to focus. So the whole agenda is how not to be a boring teacher. Boring teachers never ever give any space for their students. Boring teachers would not think that students come up with their ideas. They also have some significant ideas, if used properly, can contribute the whole agenda or the idea you present to them. They do not think. So let us do mama or ask ourselves, do we really get into the zone of our students? Do we really stretch out the zone of the textbook? That's my question. I am not perfect, but these days I am arguing that we should allow our students to have some significant space, and if we do honestly, they will contribute to our understanding in an amazing way. That's my whole agenda. So reflection time. So should we stick to the content as content or expand its zone for thinking? I think you have arrived at some sort of understanding of what I am trying to justify here. Or it means this is quite similar to what I presented in my SETRAP conference, the SETRAP webinar, and even Province 1 conference. Unstable curriculum, textbook, contents, method, approaches, laws, theories, truths, beliefs, perspective, knowledge system, healthcare system, norms, values, needs, priorities. Is there anything permanent? Nothing. These all keep changing. So should we stick to the content, the fact, the details presented in a textbook? Or we should use textbook to maximize our students' way of thinking? If we really look into our practice, I think we arrive at a very powerful realization that, oh yes, of course, I should be teaching the lesson, fine. I should be administrating the test, that's also fine. But as a teacher in the language classroom, and language is always ripe with, rich with a lot of meanings, because it comprises of texts from different culture and different cultural background. So that should be a rich space or dynamic site of engagement. So I should not overlook that part of my content. If we realize it, I think we will be fair enough to our students. We talk about 21st century learners, and Shankarji, the next presenter, is giving a talk on that. So nothing is stable. I mean, okay, all get broken with time. Did we ever imagine that United States of America, the people over there would fight for, toilet rolls. Did we ever think? Did we ever think that, the state would lose 30,000 people in a month? So nothing is permanent. And this, I took it from Facebook. And this small child is making fun of, how we adapt to things. We tell students don't use mobile phone, but school is inside the phone. I think this is funny, but this is something similar to miti dard. It means it's a pain as well. Oh yes, this small child is so true. So the point here is that, do we allow our students enough space for their curiosity, for the questions, for thinking, and for their imagination? And there is a quote for you. Children, must be taught, for thinking. And that's a famous quote. And so we should, give them space for thinking. That's the whole point. So I don't want to spend much time here, but if you look into the current curriculum guideline, you will find it. Okay, they have very clearly written, use critical thinking and maximize the creativity of the students. You can find that there. And you also find transform your students. Look at. So now you can have a sense what I'm trying to justify. It's not about delivering facts and details to our students. It's about transforming them. And how does that transformation take place? It doesn't take place if we force our students, to become as passive recipients, in our classroom. So how can we transform from passive recipients of information to active producers of knowledge? See? It sounds a huge one, active producers of knowledge. How many times have we collected students' ideas and embedded those ideas into our lessons in order to enrich the value of students' thinking? How many times have we done it? That's where I want to focus. And even integrated curriculum grade 1 to 3 talks about that. I don't have time to go on that. So the challenge for us is that how can we encourage students not just to memorize? They will memorize, no doubt. They are very good at memorizing, okay, talent. But, that's what's more important is how do we make them question? How do we encourage them questions? In fact, how do we lead them to question, examine, create, solve, interpret, and debate the topics or themes in their courses? And dear valued participants, as language teachers, I guess this question is more important than for any other, subject teachers. That's my understanding. And you can see human stupidity. Means when there is no thinking working, what could be the predicament of humanity? This is just one silly example to argue what I'm trying to establish. So here, these days, it has been customary talking about Bloom's taxonomy and talking about we should not limit our, questions and teaching objectives up to the lower level of thinking. We should, give our students opportunities for applying the knowledge, analyzing it, evaluating it, and creating synthesis of their understanding. I think we are tired of listening to our great scholars. They talk a lot about it, and I don't want to give much space here because you all are familiar with it. I just want to ask questions that how or why something happens, or how one event or one object might be related to other events, other objects or ideas. If we give a chance to our student to relate the event, if it is a story, to relate an object of an issue, if it is an essay, might be related to another event or objects or ideas. I will show you, I have some practical examples. So now finally I come to, the questioning strategies. How can it be done? Before I present some illustrations from the textbook, how can it be done? So I won't be, citing or suggesting ideas that are beyond our, context, or something that we cannot do, or something that we need tools and resources, something that's beyond our capacity. No, if we are honest enough, we can do. That's my belief. So first is ask a student that invite more than one plausible answer. Now you see, it depends on the teacher, it not on the student. So it's you, means the range of questions that you ask your students, and these range of questions that you produce in your classroom will force you to prepare a lot around the topic that you are planning to present. Please do remember, before asking a question, means asking a variety of questions, you are expected to go quite deeply into the things that you are planning to present. So it's you, not your students. Provide wait time. You throw questions at your students, and if you expect your student to come up with ideas very quickly, again you are wrong. We are wrong, I mean. Okay, because when people ask questions, we have seen we teachers struggling answering to their questions. It's not easy, brainstorming ideas or creating synthesis of the ideas that happen to come across our mind and putting them in a logical, coherent order. Not possible, dear valued participants. So do we provide wait time or thinking time? That's the question. This scholar is asking. Ask follow-up questions, means when this is something that might not be obviously related to what you are trying to present, or might be quite remote, then you ask follow-up questions instead of saying straightforward that these ideas have nothing to do, or you are much away or remote to what is being presented. You can rather ask, what can you add to it that will encourage thinking? Provide neutral feedback, okay, rather than blunt yes and no. Say interesting. Come on. Many a times, their ideas may not be interesting, might be silly, might be funny, out of context. I understand it. But tell them interesting. They feel exalted. Oh yes, interesting. You smile, okay? And then also say that, oh, I had not thought that way. Oh, this is another dimension. Oh yes, you opened up a new dimension to what I'm presenting to you. Excellent. Then request a summary. Means what can make your students' ideas, how can your students' ideas be expressed in a different way? Means sometimes if the ideas come in a buzz kind of things, then you can ask them, okay, if we had to paraphrase these ideas, how would you do it? And you can also survey who agrees with Rima's idea, who agrees with Vishnu's ideas, Kesav ideas, or Ram's ideas. You just ask, okay, right. And be the devil's advocate. Means, how would you feel if I said this to you or this to your idea? Means just poke at them, right? Make it very funny, adding something around it, around the ideas students present. And if I did this, how would your answer change? Just play, okay? That promotes thinking. Use think aloud. Means, how did you figure out that answer? Just tell them, oh my God, how did you figure out that answer? And force them to go into deeper, how they got those things. Fine, that promotes thinking. Call on all students, not only those who raised their hands, even in teachers' forums, we saw that, Scholars Association. I was the one to raise many questions, by the way. It is not to, promote, self-appraisal, but teachers don't ask questions. We saw, very few teachers ask questions. See, asking questions is not easy. Thinking around the ideas presented is not easy. So allow your students to ask questions, okay? So do not limit your questioning to those students who are very frequent answering your questions. Just go around those students who are silent or not willing, or or you sense that their gesture is indicating that they are trying to say, but they are not sharing their ideas. Do that, okay? All right. So alert the students to possible answer. Great thing. There are, my dear student, many possible answer. So start thinking around this, encourage. Change the perspective. How would you feel answer if I change it? Different perspective. Okay. So imagination, take them into imagination. What would happen if I did this? Imagination. So, you know, I play with my students, especially in love stories, okay, romantic story. And when we tell, you know, a romantic story, by the way, you know, I very strongly feel that, you know, if our English textbook do not have something very common to the teens, you know, the textbook could turn out to be very dull stuff for teachers to, you know, generate this kind of thinking. Friendship, love, romance, communication, social media, you know, globalizations and, you know, youths in the globalization. Many common topics, you know, ELT textbooks should be incorporated. I'm not in a position to get an advocacy for what should be included in the textbook, but my experience and insight tell me that. So relate the response to something else. How is someone else idea is similar to, identical to someone else, and how is it different? Just play with that. Transform the response in a different way, and you can do wonderfully. So these are questioning strategies. Now, one technique. Then I will come to the, you know, illustration, and that's my final slide. Okay. So what? So what? And now what? Okay. All right. These three questions I found, you know, very interesting, and I very frequently enjoy these questions with grade, you know, 11 and 12 students in particular. So when we deal with a particular lesson, what part is important? No doubt, means summarize, list, or consider what is important about the ideas, you know, they just listed from the text, important. Then, you know, consider what is important about the ideas they just listed. Ideas are in the text, writers present ideas, fine. Now, the next important, the writer gave you ideas, so and so is, so and so means this, so and so should be doing, so and so our responsibilities. Okay, then why do they matter to us? Do the worries expressed by the writer have anything to do with us? Is writer very close to, you know, what we are experiencing? Fine. So try the connection. Okay. So why do they matter? What differences do these facts or ideas make in people's life? Means if people follow these ideas, means what differences will they experience in their life? So what? Okay. And finally, now what? Now brainstorm, student, about activities that they can actually do in order to solve the problem. I'm aware some problems are beyond human, you know, solutions, or, you know, human knowledge is so limited that we may not, you know, find easy solutions to the problem. But at least if we make them feel the problem, and, you know, and then encourage them to express in something intangible, literary kind of, or assimilation kind of things, that's also fine. So now, you know, there is an example, especially this is, you know, directed to, you know, school teachers, secondary school teacher. If the, you know, this is an example taken from the book, and if the example is pollution, a student can sign a contract if the, you know, problem is pollution, right? And they promise not to throw any litter on the ground, right? Individual students can do that. See, means now what part means the last part. Okay, they got the information, details and facts, then they saw the connection. Why is it so important, right? Why is it so important? Means so what factor, and then what can they actually do? That's the now what factor. And in now what factor, these students can, means at the individual level, you know, they will not throw any litter on the ground. As a group, you know, they can make a poster presentations, right? You know, and put around the school or the community. or can make slogans and urge other people not to throw trash on the ground. See the knowledge in application. And the whole class spent a Saturday picking up trash in a public park or along the roadside. So why are these things important? When we make our students collect, ideas and details presented by the writer, when we encourage our student to find connection with the ideas and insight presented by the writer, and when we make them actually practice those ideas in their actual life or in the community, we are encouraging them in a whole range of thinking. That's the point to note. This slide I presented in my earlier presentation. There is ABC model presented by this writer. Allow your student to think and ask. That's an anticipation phase, brainstorming phase. Then in the second, build knowledge, help your student to, find out or make sense of the text or the material, and answer their prior questions and find new questions. And finally, ask them to reflect or, find them to, and then ask them what it actually means to them. Okay. So here I come in the last section, some illustration, and then I wrap up. Ram sir, how much time?
Yeah, not more, sir. We have already exceeded.
Okay, okay, then I will be very quick. So, so sample text. I'm sorry that those teachers who have not dealt with or read about the chimney sweeper, I might sound, out of reach to your understanding. I'm addressing to those teachers who have dealt with the chimney sweeper for a couple of years. Then, I would be able to make a quick connection to the participants. So brainstorming, anticipation phase, past phase, direct student to think and ask questions, who, what, how, why. Even the textbook has incorporated this kind of things. I think you have been doing it. And then stimulate student interest in the text and poem, you are doing it. And then provide the background or context, in order to support their thinking. This all happens in anticipation phase. Then, in order to support them, provide them the context, background of child labor that was, prominent in England in the late 18th and 19th century, provide them the context, okay? It will enrich their thinking and speculation or anticipation. And then get them into a building knowledge section. This is very important, right? Help student make inferences with what is being learned. And how can you do that? You can do through the difficult words, through the images or allusions. I would not read it out, but I have listed it for you. And if you want to, look into more it, I will, share my slides, no problem. So see, so help them with difficult words, images, and allusion. You are building up knowledge. And, providing, helping them with these words, images, allusion is inviting them to think into and over the ideas of, child labor, the happiness and the suffering experienced by children. So building knowledge. Then divide the poem into two parts, separate stanzas, showing the one means suffering part in one part and the, and the happiness part in other part. And let your student think, are they the themes of the poem? Ask them, okay, do not tell them directly this is it or the theme of the poem is this. I mean, if you look into the poem very carefully, the poem has two sides, means suffering and the hope. All right, you can do that. And then discuss the difference, okay? You are still in building knowledge side. Children life in reality, children life in the dream. And those who have dealt with the text are getting quick connection, right? Fine. And then, all right, then in last part is consolidation. So how is the reality different from Tom's dream? Ask question. Why does it seek to criticize the society, morals and actions of the society? Do you agree? Then agree and disagreement, worldviews. Does it convey hope or hope with some restrictions? And force students to share their opinions, and how do they assimilate their understanding? Dear valued participants, these 3 phases, I am going quickly, but these are quite very important for you. And in consolidation, encourage your student to rewrite the poem as a different form of discourse. You might jump in a quick conclusion, student, don't do it. But I have examples, students do it. It's up to us how we encourage, right? They can write an essay on child labor, organize oratory context on child labor, can write a poem, can write a story. Not only that, they can choose any stanza or couplet which they think delight their ear or mind, cognitive faculty or their soul. That's a pure consolidation for their understanding. So what is the takeaway for from this session? At the hand of means active teachers, not boring teachers. One single poem or text can be a rich site of active learning and thinking for students. For your quick glance, grandmother, you have been dealing with this text for so many years. Who, how, and why? Just keep these 3 journalistic questions in your mind, and then take your students into the dialogues surrounding the issues of identity, culture, nature of grandparents, rural life setting, hard work, inspiration. My God, how many things. Even sociology of love. I know that students may not be up to that level. I know that students struggle a lot. I'm not suggesting that one single lesson can be a big example to do the whole idea that I have presented. But inculcate, give space for thinking, to your students. These are some of the issues that I frequently deal with my students. And 2 long-term problems, you have been dealing with them. I don't have time because my host seems to be worried. I can see him in the screen. I'm going to wrap up. Just see collision between human beings and the nature world. Think of the pandemic that we are going through. Connection between the Earth planet and the future of humanity. Irreversible damage. The predicament of small country like Nepal. And what we are lacking, though we have knowledge. And who can make a change? See, there are a lot of issues for critical thinking. And Zola, this is from class 9. The Sati tradition, socio-religious evils and tradition, traditional tools, symbolic and the leaf music, relation between life and emotions, a lot of things, dear valued participants. So the whole conclusion, sorry that I had to go very quickly in the last 5 or 6 slides. I cannot balance my presentation, so sorry. To conclude, the whole agenda is do not build your class around passivity. Let your students think and debate the text you present. That is, don't be a boring teacher. Let us not become a boring teacher. That is the most important takeaway that everyone has to remember. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you, Gunraj Nepal sir, for your fascinating and logical presentation on thinking, not cramming. Please accept our deep gratitude and thankfulness for your wonderful sharing of ideas.
Thank you, Ramsar. Thank you.
And then we have already exceeded the time, so I am in a hurry. So without much delay, let's move ahead. Now we have a brief reflection to be delivered by NELTA member Mrs. Usha Kiran Wagle on the presentation made by Mr. Gunraj Nepal. So over to you, Usha Kiran ma'am, for reflection for 3 minutes only. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Ram sir. Namaste to everybody. I'm very glad to be part of this presentation. A very down-to-earth presentation by our Gunraj sir. Yes, a teacher should never be a boring teacher. I agree with that. And for that, I just would like to add a few ideas on how not to be the boring teacher. That is possible if we stop following the ghost of our former teacher, because we think that our teachers were there, they were doing very good, and we also would like to follow them. That does not make any sense, I believe. Another thing that we need to do is we need to try to come out of our superiority and inferiority complex. We have that inside us that we agree with. And this pandemic has forced us how not to be the boring teacher. One more point, because today this webinar was never a boring one. I can understand that. So to make our students critical is possible only when we teacher ourselves are critical. So being that making our students critical is not difficult, agreeing with Gunarat sir's idea, I'd like to add just 3 points and I'd quickly wrap up my saying. So the first thing that we need to do is we can simply encourage our students to question. If we do that, we would be coming out of our traditional track. Next thing that we can do is we can give our students a few problems and ask them to solve that. It is not necessary that the problem should be out of the context, but we can simply look at the text and take one of the problems from there and ask them to solve rather than giving them solutions ourselves. And the last thing that we could do is we can give them a few graphic organizers and ask them to feel that way. They would not think that they are dealing with the text, rather they would learn to come out of the information on their own. So this pandemic, which has forced institutions to postpone the exam with no certainty to continue, we can utilize this uncertainty to at least not preparing our students for exam, but for life. So let's start from ourselves. Let's start from what we can do, and let's not be the boring teacher anymore. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Usha Kiran ma'am, for a beautiful reflection with some additional points on Mr. Nepal's presentation. Now we have come up to the question answer session. If there are, dear participants, if there are questions, then please. Otherwise, we will move on to the next presentation because of time constraint. And we are going to take very few, either 2 or 3 questions for, to be asked. So please raise the hands and then put forward your questions if you have any.
Birendra Bista, as you have raised your hand, I have unmuted you. Please go ahead with your question, please. And then I'll come to Pushpa sir, please. Birendra ji? All right. Pushpa sir, I'm going to unmute your device. Please go ahead with your question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm unmuted. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Gunaraj sir, who presented very well our very, very practical concern he presented. And my more than a question, I have an observation as a teacher like him. We as teachers are hard pressed by a number of challenges and constraints, and our mind is full of these. Course completion, time constraint, low student achievement, teacher evaluation constraint. If low achievement, teacher is blamed for this. Classroom control, if noisy, the teacher's commanding capacity is questioned. If while teaching something out of the course, there are always students blaming teacher Shaili Navaeko. Even sometimes the authority blames and labels the teachers. They lacks proper teaching skills, and at the same time it is tough to face the comments by the change racist colleagues. A teacher surrounded by all these questions and constraints, who to blame for not promoting critical thinking in our students between grade 9 and 12? So this is my common observation, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Pushpaji, for your sharing. I think I should feel very humbled for what you have just shared. I don't see it as a question. I see it, as an understanding, as a realization experienced by many teachers like us. Of course, there are constraints. Of course, there are challenges. But as our, valued reflector, Usha ma'am, just added to my presentation, right? If we start from, from our side, means what is the best possible that we can do in a given context, I think we can always be a good teacher for our students. And when majority of students, assume that we are really good teachers for them, I guess the administrators will have to arrive at the realization that they should not be complaining them anymore. I believe that, Pushpaji. Thank you.
Now, Kesab Upreti, sir, I've just unmuted the device. Please go ahead with your question. Thank you. Kesab Upreti.
Thank you, sir. First of all, again, thank you and congratulations, Gunnar sir, for this really awakening presentation. And as Pushpa sir already presented, I also have some observation in especially community schools. In the past, I worked in private schools and the environment was little competitive there. But when I shifted to community schools now, the environment is a little different. I think this is the common issue of almost all of the participants. What I found is there is a already fixed type of working environment. Teachers have some sort of already fixed psychological, their behavioral and traditional types of system, and I have found it really difficult to break it and move on. Still, the issue is the teacher himself herself should be ready to do that. But the authority, as already Pushpa sir and Guna sir also reiterated, authority people are still not ready to accept breaking the status quo of education system. And I think we teachers need to have more motivation and courage to come out of that, I think. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kesavji. I think we are squarely trying to establish the same idea that, unless the teacher himself or herself is dedicated enough to promoting or doing something, on his or her own, nothing is possible. But if teachers are positive, I think we can bring some changes, and small changes are important, okay, in order to reach the place where we can think that environment is fine, administrators are okay, and we can do what we as teachers want to do. Let's hope for something better and positive. Thank you, Kesavji.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, dear participants, for beautiful questions you have raised. And due to time constraint, we're going ahead, moving ahead. Then we have the third presentation in line now. So without much delay, I think it is better to move on to the third next presentation. The presentation is by Mr. Shankar Dewan. So before I invite him in the spotlight, let me introduce myself, Mr. Dewan, here as the presenter. Mr. Shankar Dewan is an MPhil scholar from Nepal Open University. Mr. Dewan is a lecturer at Sukuna Multiple Campus and the head of English Department of Pathari Multiple Campus, Morang. He is the secretary of NELTA Province No. 1 Executive Committee. He has presented dozens of papers in national, international conferences and seminars, published articles in various academic journals, and worked as an editor for the publication of different journals. Over to you, Shankar Dewan, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Now let me share my screen first. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir, yeah. We see it.
Okay, thank you, Joint Secretary Ram Dal, sir. In the same way, I would like to thank the NELTA chair, Morang, Gunaraj Nepal, sir, and the whole NELTA Morang for giving me this opportunity to present my ideas in front of you. I'd like to acknowledge President of NELTA Center, Madam Motikala Subbadewan, National Director of NELTA Center, Mr. Hemantaraj Dal, NELTA Province President, Nara Prasad Bhandari sir, and all the NELTian teachers from community schools and private schools, and ladies and gentlemen. Today I'm going to have my presentation on forging gaps 21st century learners and teachers. Yesterday, Provincial President Naraprasad Bhandari sir forged the gap between the community schools and private schools. And today my attempts will be to forge the gap between the educational system of Nepal, and especially school environment, and the teachers' teaching style, techniques, activities, and the learner's expectation from the teacher or from the school or from the whole education system. Certainly we are now living in the globalized world, in the digital world. Because of the globalization or digitalization, the English language teaching has been changed all up. Student expectations have been changed. Teachers' teaching styles have been changed. Now this shifting global context demands that the students should be or should have knowledge, they should have some skills, they should have some attributes and commitment to global citizenship through educational process. In the same way, the changing educational landscapes places critical demand on the teachers that the teachers should be culturally, pedagogically, technologically competent in order to address the issues of globalization, social justice, diversity, human rights, and several other issues, and to create equitable or friendly, conducive language learning environment in the classroom. If teachers are not so, certainly they will not be able to fulfill the demands, expectation of the learner, and there will be the gap between the teacher or our education system, schools, and the learner expectation. Now my presentation highlighted, first I would like to problematize education in Nepal, then I'll show some challenges of education in the 21st century, and what are the 21st century skills that the learners should have, the core subjects and the theme that they should be familiar with, and I'll put some gaps and what can be the learning convergence in the 21st century, and how can we bring the new balance in our teaching and learning, what should be the schools in the 21st century, and my final promise. First of all, it is generally criticized that Nepal education system is a factory producing unemployment. Now this view, this concept is supported or verified by some data. Look at the ILO report 2014 shows that 26.1% university graduates who are between 15 to 29 of years age, they are unemployed. In the same way, Nepal Labor Survey 2015 shows that every year at least 3 lakh to 4 lakh youth arrive in the Nepali job market in search of a job, but only 5% of them are able to land a job in the country. In the same way, Central Bureau of Statistics 2004 shows that about 40 lakh 200 people are not getting job befitting their qualification and skills. Even the government data shows that around 1,500 Nepali youth leave for overseas job only for a daily basis. And UNICEF also makes prediction that 46 Nepali high school graduate enter job market without required skills. Look, this is the situation in Nepal. Now, the government has invested a large amount of money in education, but the result is not satisfactory. Our students do not have much knowledge as to be especially capable for getting the job. They do not have skills. They do not, or they cannot be fit in the job market. In the same way, some educationists say that, look, Koirala says that we could not make teachers as teachers. So several things change, but we could not make teachers as teachers. Teachers do not have their teaching skills, and still learners do not have their learning skills. In the same way, the party says that the education of Nepal is still theoretical than practical. Because of that reason, we are producing only the job seekers rather than the job creators. Look, this is the situation in Nepal. So, what are the then challenges of education in the 21st century? So there are 4 major challenges. One challenge is how to prepare students who can contribute to the world of work and society. How to fulfill and develop personal talents of our students. How to make them fulfill their civic responsibilities. How to build and maintain our identity, because the globalization is challenging our identity, our tradition, values are being threatened, and it is our responsibility to maintain, build our own identity as well. So these are the challenges of education in the 21st century. And in order to face such challenges, certainly the 21st century learners should have the knowledge of some core subjects like English, reading, language arts or literature, linguistics, and world languages, and arts, mathematics, economics, and science, geography, history, government, and civic. They should have the knowledge of this core subject. In the same way, they should master the 21st century themes like global awareness, multicultural understanding, multicultural awareness, and the knowledge of finance, economic, business, entrepreneur. They should have such skill. Civic responsibility. Now look at we have got some civic responsibilities during this pandemic. We have some health awareness, yes, caused by especially the pandemic. We have some environmental literacy. Look, in the 21st century, the learners should have the knowledge of these core subjects and these different interdisciplinary things. And more importantly, the learners should have 3 major skills. Because of the lack of these skills, they do not get jobs or they are not suitable in the job market. The first thing is that they should have the knowledge of their learning, or they should have the skills, learning skills, innovative skills. Second thing is they should have the digital literacy skills. And the third thing is life and career skills. So I'm going to deal with this major skills. First skill is related to learning and innovation skills. So it includes 4 major skills: critical thinking and problem solving skills, communication and collaboration skills, creativity and innovation skills. Yes, Gunnar already discussed a lot about the critical thinking. Certainly, in the 21st century, critical thinking and problem solving are really very, very important skills that the learner should possess. Yeah, certainly we should develop different type of activities in order to develop the learner's critical thinking and problem solving ability. For example, in the classroom, look, sometimes the learners might be doing different activities. They might be doing different activities. Why can't we ask the different questions in order to develop their critical thinking or problem solving activities? We can ask the question like, why did you color the apple only red when we also have some green apples? The student might give very interesting answer like, it is ripened. That's why color it red. Or why did you draw the picture of a girl wearing a frock but not the pants? Because the girls also wear pants. The girl might give the answer like that. That my mother does not allow me to wear pants. In the same way, what would happen if Gretel did not kill the witch? Look, the students might give very interesting answers. Yes, when we ask such questions, and asking such questions certainly help to develop the critical thinking and the problem solving skills of the learner. So always ask questions. Yes, try to get the multiple perspective of the learner. Try to see the same thing from various perspective, gender perspective, socio-cultural perspective, economic perspective, a political perspective, so that they will develop their critical thinking. Make comparison, yes, between the learners as different ideas, or sometimes we can play the role of model as well. Therefore, in order to develop the critical thinking problem solving activities, the learner should be involved in reasoning activities or evaluating different things, problem solving activities, decision making activities, analyzing activities, so that they will develop their critical thinking skills and problem solving skills. The second C and the third one is related to communication and collaboration. Look at the case. Those people who have higher communication, collaboration skills, certainly they get better opportunity, better job. Because good speakers, good communicators, good orators are highly valued, and they are highly, especially given opportunity in any field. We still remember, as Martin Luther King, because of his speech, "I have a dream." Look, it is especially included in the text as well. Look at the situation. So communication skills means especially having the skills of effective listening, delivering oral presentation, communicating using the digital media, engaging the student in debate, conversation, discussion, or communicating in the diverse linguistic, cultural, contextual environments. So in the same way, today's age is the age of networking, collaboration. Look, we have been able to run this webinar successfully. About 300, more than 300 participants, because of what? Communication and collaboration. We collaborated, we communicated effectively. Because of that, is a large number of participants are taking part in the webinar or communication. And in order to develop such thing, a collaborative skill learner should have the skill of share responsibilities. They should be flexible, responsible to accomplish the common goal. They should be collaborative using the digital media. They should develop the leadership skill, self-initiative skill. In order to develop such communication and collaboration skills, they should be engaged in pair work, group work, different oral presentation, discussion, debate, project work, community survey, extracurricular activities, online discussion forum that we have. There are different virtual means which help them to develop their communication and collaboration skill. Next one is the creativity and innovation. Certainly, creating or innovating, as Gunnar already mentioned, it is the highest thinking order in Bloom's taxonomy. That's why in today's world, in today's job market, those learners, those people who are creative, who are innovative, certainly they will get better opportunity, better job opportunity. They are highly given opportunity. They are highly valued. Look at the case. We still remember Leonardo da Vinci because of his creative, innovative skill. We especially honor the people like, for example, Mahavir Poon or Coleman Gising because of their innovative idea or creative idea. So in order to develop the innovative or creative ideas, we should involve the student to think creatively, to brainstorm, to generate ideas, to create some novel utterances, new utterances, to elaborate, refine, analyze, evaluate their own ideas, to self-reflect, or to work creatively with others. The more they work creatively with others, the better creativity, innovation that they can develop. So they become more open, responsive, flexible. They can get opportunity to demonstrate their originality, and they start viewing failure as an opportunity to learn. And another very important thing is that whatever they have innovated, they should be acted upon, they should be implemented. So to develop such innovative or creative skills, we can engage the learner in brainstorming, picture drawing, painting, poem writing, essay writing, story writing, design small projects, or different creative games like Or That Cake. So we can ask the participants to make to cut the cake into 8 pieces only by making 3 cuts. So this type of activity certainly helps to develop the creative skills or innovative skills of the learner. And the second skill is the digital literacy skill. Now in the 21st century, literacy does not only mean for reading and writing. They should also have the literacy skill. Those who cannot use technology, those who do not have the knowledge of technology, even if they are educated, they are called educated illiterate. So digital literacy skills include 3 major skills: information literacy skills, having the knowledge of accessing information efficiently and effectively, evaluating information critically and competently, using information accurately and creatively. They should have the media literacy skill, creating media products like web pages or maybe animation, videos, TikTok, or several other things, graphics. In the same way, they should be able to analyze and interpret the media messages. And ICT literacy skill is responsible application of digital technology to access, manage, integrate, evaluate, or to use technology as a research tool. Look, the 21st century learners, workers require such digital literate skill. And another important thing is that they should have the career and life skills. They should be very much flexible, adaptable. They should be able to incorporate the feedback efficiently, sometimes accept criticism, balance diverse views. They should be able to adapt their varied roles, job responsibilities, shelter context. They should be self-initiative, self-directed. They should be able to manage their goals, time, work independently. They should be able to especially interact effectively with others. Yes, respect cultural differences, respond open-mindedly, work efficiently with diverse teams. They should be productive, accountable. They should be able to manage the project, produce high-quality products. They should be accountable for their results. They should develop their leadership and responsibility as well. If we have such career and life skills, then only we can get better opportunities. In order to develop, now it is the duty of the teachers, schools to develop such career and life skill in the learner. For that, we can involve the student in music, dance, or theater performances. Mentorship is necessary, or apprenticeship, internship, community survey project. Student develop project, field work. Certainly, if we engage the student in such various activities, they will develop their career and life skills. Then what are the gaps then? Look, 21st century learners need cognitive, higher order thinking skills, critical, creative thinking skills, social community skills. They need critical pedagogy or critical education, transformative education, liberatory education. But is this the situation in Nepal? Certainly not. Some scholars especially view that the education system of Nepal is still traditional. Several things change, politics change, curriculum change, textbook change, but still, as Kual already said, I have already mentioned, we teachers did not change. Our school environment has not changed a lot. So because of that reason as well, we still have the problem. So SSDP report also shows that teaching and learning in the classroom is largely driven by the nature of board exam. So because of that, the teacher, student tend to focus mainly on memorization and knowledge recall. Critical thinking, analysis, creativity are insufficiently emphasized in Nepal. So this is the situation. That's why we are still following the traditional banking system. We teachers are still suffering from the narration sickness. We are only transforming our knowledge, our information, as if the teachers are the depositors and students are depositories. We are inculcating our ideas, our philosophies, our views upon the learner. So the learners have even passive. Look at the situation in the second picture. The teacher has written something on the board and the student has, written something else. So there is creativity. Honesty is the best policy, and the student wrote, ignorance is the best policy. Or knowledge is power, knowledge is bad. But look at the case, the student's creativity was not respected or is not respected, is not valued. The teacher might be scolding the student. So this is how we are indoctrinating our students. We are creating that type of situation in the classroom. So the biggest atrocity that's why in our education system is to indoctrinate our children into the system. Our learners have become the victim of some do's and some don'ts, and their creative expression are not valued, their unique abilities are not encouraged. So I have mentioned the idea given by John Holt. Your experience, your concern, your curiosity, your needs, what do you know, what do you want, what do you wonder about, what do you hope for, what do you fear, what do you like and dislike, what you are good or not so good at. All this is not of the slightest importance. It counts for nothing. What counts here is the only thing that counts is what we teachers know, what we think is important, what we want you to do, think, and be. Look, this is the situation though. So we are not especially respecting the students' unique abilities, creative expressions, their preferences, their hobbies, their interests. We are especially emphasizing our own ideas. We are indoctrinating the learner. This is the situation. Another important thing is that 21st century student should make students ask questions and even challenge teacher. Students want very much interactive classes. As Guru sir already said that students should ask questions that will help to develop their creative thinking. But is this the situation? No? Certainly not. No. Asking question is very important in critical thinking. As especially Albert Einstein said that the important thing is not to stop questioning. Or one of the philosophers said that it is not the answer that enlightens, but the questions. But how many of us have we asked our students to make questions after reading the passage? Have you ever seen in the exam paper or maybe test paper where the students are given some passage and they are asked to make some questions? I have never seen. Look, can we do so? If they are asked to make questions, certainly there are so many benefits, but at least they have two benefits. One, they know how to make questions, and without finding out the answer, without knowing the answer, they cannot make the question appropriately. But have you ever asked your student to make questions? Or can we ask the student to make different type of what, how, when, different type of questions, even in the exam by giving the passage? That's why in the 21st century, what we are doing, we are just asking our student, making our student to respond, but not to question. Look at the situation, this is the situation. We are creating the pin drop silence in the classroom. What a paradox. We are teaching language, but we are creating pin drop silence in the classroom. And look at the conversation between the student and teacher. Teacher is saying, why are you talking during my lesson? And student is saying, why are you teaching during my conversation? Look, we teachers still take students' conversation. We forget that learners, yes, conversation might be very much effective for developing their critical thinking. You might have experienced, despite the principal is on rounds. So we have become the victims of such pin drop silence in the classroom. In the same way, 21st century pedagogy expects intercultural communicative competence. The learners should develop intercultural communicative competence. They should have the ability to communicate with the people belonging to different cultural background, linguistic background. The classroom should be multicultural, inclusive. But it is the situation? Certainly not. We have created the English-speaking zone. Many private schools I have seen, I have experienced, they have created English-speaking zone where the students are punished if they speak their mother tongue. Yes, what a big surprise, look. Even English medium, especially public schools, community schools are shifting their medium instruction from Nepali to English. What is the politics there? What interests are these? Learners, parents, teachers, what interests are these? So we are still, especially influenced by some Western ideologies. The earlier English is taught, the better the result. If other languages are used, the standard of English will drop. Look, these are merely the fallacies, because researchers have shown that if one is strong in his mother tongue, he or she can be strong in other tongue, because languages are not different. There are several things which are common among the languages. That's why fact especially be that this English-only policy suppresses free speech of the student, which results in the lack of creative and critical thinking in the learning process. Another thing is that the 21st century learners are digital natives. They are teachers, as Lakshman Gyali sir presented yesterday, and Ivan Govinda Nirala sir also had his presentation on this topic. Look, in the 21st century, look, certainly the teachers and learners' role have been changed. Look at the situation, look, where I especially say that students play with their mobile, but teacher ask them not to use it. We have banned students coming with their mobile, and school children know the computer well, but we teachers are afraid of using it. This is a big gap. Look at the conversation between the father and the especially the daughter. How do you think my first day of kindergarten went? They didn't have even Wi-Fi. Look, that's why we teachers are now the digital immigrants. We have little knowledge about the technology, and we have the digital dinosaur. And look at the situation there. Yes, the teacher is saying, yes, you do my website and I'll do your homework. So this is the situation. So our roles have been changed. And in the same way, several researchers have shown that the teacher's teaching style and the learning style do not match. Yes, we have more studies on the teaching style, how teacher teach, but we have very fewer studies on learning style. Certainly in the classroom, the learners are from different background, linguistic background, cultural background. There are multiple intelligences, but what we are doing, we are putting them in the same basket and using the same methodology technique in teaching the students, which may not be effective or suitable.
Sorry, sir. Sorry for your interruption, sir. We are running out of time, and there is 5 minutes only, sir. Shankar, sir, over to you back, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. And certainly, yes, we have to vary our teaching style and techniques. For example, if you use only lecture method, then those who have got the verbal linguistic intelligence, they might be benefited. If you use only the picture drawing, then those who have got the visual or spatial intelligence, they might be benefited. Because of that reason, learners might have different intelligences, and we should especially vary our teaching techniques and style. We should know how learners learn things or languages, and we should adapt our teaching style accordingly. If we do not change, teachers do not change, schools do not change, our education system do not change, so there is a big gap between what students have expected before joining to the school and what can be their expectation after completing their schools. Look, they may say that yes, they may hate their life, or they may say that yes, public education has all the answers, they do not have to answer differently. So this is the situation. And what will happen then, they are all their dreams to be the doctor, to be the business person, scientist, and lawyers, they will go in vain. They become the criminal. They start burning tar on the road. They may break the school and they become criminals. Look, this will be the situation. That's why we should change. Teachers should change. Schools should change. Our educational policies should change. That's why do not indoctrinate your children. Teach them how to think for themselves, how to evaluate evidence, and how to disagree with you. For that, especially we have to converge these four things. One is knowledge work. 21st century special workers should be knowledge workers. They should be innovators, and they can use different thinking tools, digital devices or technology to learn, work, or be creative. We have got some digital style, lifestyle. We are learning several things from different digital devices, and especially learning research, learning that takes place in the real condition, especially can be more effective. We can build a mental model on the basis of our past experiences. Learners who are intrinsically motivated, that certainly they will look for different ways to learn. Those learners who have got the multiple intelligence, they use different intelligences in order to learn something, and certainly learning is social, collaborative. By means of collaboration, we might be learning these things. That's why only formal education is not informal. For perfect learning to take place, formal, informal, non-formal education must be blended. That's why we have to change our teaching techniques, activities as well. So 21st century, bring the balance between teacher-centered, learner-centered, direct instruction, collaborative instruction, knowledge, skill, content, process, basic skills, and higher order thinking skill, theory, practice, curriculum, lifestyle, individual, group, classroom, community, summative assessment, formative assessment, learning for school and learning for life. If we are able to bring good, better balance between these two different things, then only better language learning take place. That's why we should be much more learner-centered, because input is very important. As Carson said, that input is necessary for language acquisition to take place. So teacher-directed learning or teacher instruction can also be very much important in learning. So for in the 21st century, the schools, schools play very important role. So schools should have strong leader, visionary leader, professional leader who make decisions on the basis of the evidence, who always inspire, especially motivate, collaborate with the staff, who especially provide opportunity for the teacher in their professional development. They send the teacher in the international NELTA conference. They send the teacher in the training conducted by British Council. Teachers should be confident. Yes, they should use their self-agencies, learner autonomy. They should be supportive, collaborative. They should make good effort with the leaders, teachers, students, other people. They should have some leadership. And certainly our teaching learning approaches environment should also be very much innovative learning environment that can be created by recruiting the learner, teachers, or maybe rescheduling our learning or changing pedagogical approaches. We should have the culture of collaboration, communication, network, and partnership. If these three things are possible, then only the school can produce the learners appropriate for the 21st century. That's why our schools are not focusing, so we have to rethink about it. That's why finally, yes. So we have to move. Yes, many students may think that this school makes me depressed, suicidal, anxious, cry, stupid, sick, so tired, passive, bored, dull, insulted, like that. Now we have to change this type of school situation, school environment into, yes, school makes me feel encouraged, optimistic, relaxed, happy, smart, healthy, energetic, excited, active, intelligent, and respected. So are we doing so? Yes, certainly we have to rethink. That's why we have to change our teaching style, techniques, and our school environment. And my final promise in the 21st century, the learners and teachers, is that yes, we should keep the spark of curiosity, creativity, and learning alive in our children. We should help the children discover their talent, discover their passion, deepen their understanding, and helping others or creating a better world for all, for us all. So thank you very much. So stay safe, stay home. So these are the different books that I read during my preparation of this slide. Thank you very much.
Ram, thank you, Shankar sir.
Thank you, Shankar sir. I think you have over your presentation.
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much for your very wonderful, very energetic, and flawless presentation, I think. And it was entertaining too, and you presented very with us. And thank you once again, and accept our very sincere gratitude from our side, Shankar sir. Now we have already been late. That's why we are moving ahead with the next program in line. So we have a short question answer session. Very few question answers only. We cannot entertain, I mean, more questions, more than 2 questions or 3 questions now. So pardon? My special I mean, request to all dear participants, please, few questions, only 2 questions from there. Okay, to Shankar sir.
Kamala ma'am, you have just raised. We request participants to either raise your hands or put your questions on the chat box, please. Kamala Koirala ma'am, I have unmuted you. Please go ahead with your question. Thank you.
Sorry, sir. I'm Kamal Koirala.
Oh, sorry, Kamal sir. My mistake.
My question is to Shankar sir. Shankar sir, thanks a lot for marvelous presentation. And my question is, are 21st century skills are enough for living?
One second, because of the mobile, I could not listen to your question.
Yeah. Soft skills or core skills enough for living, or we need anything else, sir?
No, thank you very much for your questions, Kamal sir. And as I really said that the besides different subject with the interdisciplinary themes, if they have got those skills and the knowledge of different core subject and interdisciplinary theme, then only they will be able to especially get better opportunity or better job opportunity in the 21st century.
Okay, thank you. So one more question only, if there is. Otherwise, we'll move on to next for the presentation.
Raj Kumar Kandel sir, I've just unmuted your device. Please go ahead with the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm Rajan Kumar Kandel from Surkhet. So yeah, thank you a lot, sir. You really burnt the stage there, and you saw the discrepancies between the theory we study and the practice that we are applying. So I really agree with whatever he has presented there. So this is my commentary rather than a question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Rajan Kumar, sir, for your compliments. Now we are
Thank you,
moving
Rajan
on.
sir. Thank you.
Sorry, dear participants, we are not entertaining more questions due to the time constraint. So very sorry for that. So we are moving on to next, and we have now the panel discussion in line. So our panel topic is teaching and learning in online environment, issues and direction. Uh, is the topic today, and the moderator is Mr. Indra Chauhan. And before I hand over the spotlight to Indra Chauhan, let me introduce Indra sir first, and thereafter I will go back to the reflection in line there. Two reflections are left. Thereafter only we will get into the panel discussion. So I think our um, reflection will take not more than 5 minutes for two people there. So now, sorry.
Sorry.
Okay. Mr. Indra Chauhan is the vice chair of NELTA Morang. And Mr. Chauhan is an English teacher in Sri Adarsh Madhyamik Vidyalaya, Biratnagar. He has presented papers in national and international conferences, and then work as a facilitator and in many seminars and workshops organized in the different parts of the country. But I'm not going to Indra sir now. Indra sir, I think you are listening to me there. I will invite you there in Spotlight just after two reflections there. And I hope our panelists are there. And then I would like to welcome all the panelists from my side, but the panelist will be introduced by the moderator in the moderation session. So before we start the panel, I have two reflections here. So first, I would like to request Mr. Guru Prasad Adhikari to put forward his reflections within 3 minutes. Over to you, Guru sir, if he is there in line.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Guru sir, you may go ahead, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, Ram sir. As Gunaraj sir suggested me earlier, I need to make reflections on the present scenario of after this this pandemic situation, for those panelists, for as a context setting. That was what Gunaraj sir mentioned earlier.
Yeah,
I
you
think
are
that's
right, sir. Yeah, you're right.
what my job is.
Okay.
Thank you, Ram sir and Gunaraj sir, for providing me this opportunity. Program chair, NELTA president, NELTA senior vice president, province president, presenters, panelists, and other participants throughout the country. Good afternoon. Now, the entire globe is affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. 60 lakh plus people have been infected. 3,66,000 plus people have lost their lives. In Nepal, 1,216 people are infected and 6 people are dead. As a result of this, the whole education system is at a complete halt. Now, the situation, when will the situation be improved? How long it will last? So no one can predict. In this situation, the context situation of Morang district, it has 17 municipalities, 9 municipalities, and rural municipality. This is the situation. number of schools in Morang district, 11 class schools, and around 2 lakh students, around 2,000 teachers, all are at home. And teachers, leading teachers are participating in this type of programs. And this is the time for educationists, educators, seek, explore the alternatives of the traditional classes. In this regard, NELTA has organized this very important webinar in which panel discussion is one of the parts of this discussion, and the discussion will suggest some of the feasible ways to address the problems that uh, teachers and students in their learning and teaching and learning process, how their problems can be addressed throughout the country in general, and particularly in with this hope, I would like to uh, end my remarks. Thank you, Ram sir.
Thank you very much, Guru Prasad Adhikari sir. Pandemic situation, its effects in our locality, and the role of the teachers we have already heard from our president. Particularly, we have Mr. Khatirora for his reflections, and the time is 3 minutes. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you are
Ram sir.
welcome, sir. Yeah, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear, sir, you well.
Okay. Thank you very much. I would like to thank NELTA Morang, the entire team for conducting encouraging webinar related to the post-pandemic teaching, and especially based on English language teaching. The seminar, I think, the webinar from that began yesterday has been a tremendous success. It has encouraged and it has, gathered together hundreds of English language teachers, NELTA members together, and all the presentations that we attended, in my opinion, proved to be very fruitful, very inspiring, and very encouraging in this very dreadful situation that we are living in. This opportunity to hear to scholars, to hear to friends, and to be able to say something to such an auspicious program, I feel myself very fortunate. And Guru sir has already mentioned some data about Morang district, dire situations we have, and a webinar must certainly or has enriched us with some knowledge specifically, and with some skills to address the future teaching. So I would like to thank you very much for letting me have my say in this platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Bedukumar Khatirora sir, for encouraging words.
Okay.
And due to time constraint, we are moving a little bit faster. Then here is an apology from our side to especially to NELTA Ilam chair Rajendra Baral sir. Due to some technical problem and bad weather condition, he could not join with us in the time of delivering the opening notes. I had to take him back I think Rajendra sir, if you take only for 2 minutes, then I want to come to the spotlight for 2 minutes, sir.
Okay,
Rajendra sir, over to you.
thank you, Ram sir. Am I audible there, sir?
Yeah, yes, sir. We are getting you, sir.
Okay,
Well.
okay. So, okay, good afternoon and namaste to all, you all. So I'm really very sorry. I traveled from Ilam to Morang, so I got late. So sorry for that because of some disruption of the internet and weather conditions. So I'd like to thank Morang for organizing this wonderful webinar, and this is really very fruitful and very motivating. And so due to the lack of time, I respect you all participants there from center to branches, and the valued participants from home and abroad. So I would like to record my gratitude to NELTA Center members and presenters like Hemantraj Dahal sir, Motikala ma'am, Sarita Devan ma'am, Ashok Sapkota, and Lakshmana Gewali sir, and other respected presenters for their valuable and presentations. So the webinar organized by NELTA Morang is very timely and contextual, in my opinion, to utilize the lockdown period in such a traumatic condition of silence and uncertainty caused by corona pandemic, as we know. No doubt its direct impact is on education, economy and tourism. With the outbreak of corona, we are very much humbled and self-disciplined. The pandemic has badly disrupted and battered the future and psychology of almost every student. So home has been the place. Home has been school and college and university now, and it has been a safe place of learning and sharing the ideas. And we are doing the same. But still, the road ahead may not be the bed of roses. We think so. Hopefully, such webinar will provide some inputs to the local government, parents and guardians, and education policymakers to rethink about further plans and activities in favor of students, teachers, and other stakeholders from both private and community schools. So hopefully, such kind of programs will give the impetus to that sector. And I think the presentation yesterday and presentation today were very much wonderful. And I have one query, not to worry, as Gunaraj sir always speaks. So one query is that private schools are mushrooming and public schools are declining in quality and number of students, despite huge investment and trainings to teachers. So who is to blame? This is a question that strikes in my mind, time and often. So education policy or government policy or profit-making businesses, business of the educationists themselves, or who? Because there is a gap. Like we are hearing that we have quarantines in government schools and admissions open in private schools now. So who is to blame? This is one query. So perhaps this webinar will focus on that at the end. So because of the lack of time, I salute Motikala. Corona is a challenge, not only challenge but an opportunity with hope. And I salute Hemanta sir that NELTA tries to break all barriers and boundaries like private school, public school, or digital apps and apps nots, English language or literature, etc. So thank you all. Thank you once again. Thank you. And
Thank you very much, Rajendra Baral sir. He was NELTA Ilam chair, and for beautiful and encouraging words you render here.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, then the query you have put forward here will be discussed among us later because of time constraint. We are moving ahead. So, without taking much time, I would like to invite Indra Chauhan sir for the panel discussion. So, I invite him for the spotlight. Then over to you, Indra Chauhan sir.
Thank you, Ram sir. Am I audible there?
Yeah, yes, sir. You may go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Ram sir. You have done your job very wonderfully. I have no words to appreciate the way you hosted the whole program. So Respected NELTA Chair, Madam President Motikala Subbadevan, National Director of NELTA, Mr. Hemant Raj Dahal, similarly, Senior Vice Chair, Professor Dr. Lakshman Gyawali sir, CC members, and province number 1, head of the province, province number 1, NP Bhandari sir. Similarly, all the executives from other different provinces and branches, our branch chair, Mr. Gurunraj Nepal sir, and the entire team, caption representatives, and presenters, respected presenters, speakers, and our valued participant teachers from around our, from all over our nation. I'd like to extend my hearty welcome to all of you in this panel discussion, which is perhaps the final session for our 2 days webinar with private and community and private teachers. Dear valued participants, due to the worldwide spread of COVID-19 pandemic, not a single sector has remained unscathed. Education sector is also badly impacted, as our NELTA chair Motikala ma'am mentioned yesterday in her presentation. We are definitely living in fear and anxiety. Fear of whether or not we can survive ourselves and our job in this pandemic-stricken situation. It is still uncertain when we can get back to our classroom with the same confidence, same vigor and enthusiasm that we had before the spread of this pandemic. This uncertainty is badly suffering most of the school head teachers, principals, teachers, students, and even their parents. Almost all the presentations shared in this webinar trace out teaching and learning online as an effective tool to keep teachers, students, and educational organizations connected to each other, which provokes learning by sharing rather than concrete teaching. However, designing and conducting teaching learning activities in must, and students also sometimes feel difficulty in receiving our online delivery. And similarly, the problem is there to the part of guardians as well, because most of the guardians, especially from the rural sites, rural areas, do not have access to digital devices, reliable digital technologies. Similarly, the problem is there to the part of educational organizations as well. Therefore, we are going to discuss on the same crucial, some crucial issues related to teaching and learning in online environment. So issues and directions, and try to draw out valuable conclusions with the help of the experts invited here as the panelists. So, okay, due to some time constraints, I would like to firstly introduce my panelists. So we have Professor Dr. Lakshman Gyawali sir as an expert today in the panel discussion. Yes, namaskar. Okay. We have got much insight from Lakshman sir in yesterday's presentation as well, and I'd like to raise some issues today to our expert. Mr. Lakshman Gyawali sir is the professor at Kathmandu University School of Education, and he is the trainer of teacher trainers, and he is the material designers in the field of ELT. He designs teaching and training materials for the teachers and teacher educators. And we are proud to say that Lakshman sir is our senior vice chair in NELTA Center. So I would like to welcome Lakshman sir in panel discussion session. So thank you. And we had another very distinguished personality as our panelist, but unfortunately we cannot get to him today, as we have been informed due to his bad health, he is not going to join us. He was Dr. Tulsi Thapalia, Director General at Ministry of Education, Science and Technology in Nepal. So the curiosities, the questions which were related to, intended to this distinguished personality, I think I have to adjust with Professor Dr. Lakshman Gyawali sir, because we know in most of the policy making programs, seminars, Professor Dr. Lakshman Gyawali should be present there, and definitely he will have much more information regarding to this. So similarly, let me welcome another panelist, Mr. Ramesh Kumar Mishra. He is the founder and principal at DAV School, Biratnagar. I'd like to welcome Mr. Ramesh Kumar Mishra here in the panel discussion. Similarly, we have Mr. Bhuvan Kumar Wagle, an MPhil scholar, Kathmandu University. He is the faculty member of Maryland College, Biratnagar, affiliated to University of Wolverhampton University, UK. And he is also the CDC certified teacher educator. So once again, I'd like to welcome all the panelists in this panel discussion, and I'd like to welcome our valued participants as well. So I'd like to move on to our focus of center of focus, Mr. Lakshman Gyawali sir. Sir, first of all, I'd like to ask you one question, one curiosity related to your yesterday's presentation. It was a wonderful example for me as well. That was quite fascinating. That you presented your own story in your presentation. It was quite interesting as well, from the perspective of student and from the perspective of teacher and teacher educator. You presented your own biography as a story. But one important thing that I noticed there was while delivering your presentation, you demonstrated your excellency, your fluency in using ICT, and that is not very important. But the important thing is, you said at the same time, you said that you have not gone through any formal trainings related to ICT, even though you were multitasking very fluently. You were sharing us the links, and you were demanding our opinions, and you were analyzing our responses as well. So how was this possible? This idea could be pioneering to all the teachers who want to make progress in their in the field of online teaching and learning. Over to you, Lakshman sir.
Thank you, Energy, for your kind words and nice introduction. And everybody present there, good evening. NELTA colleagues in the center, and then colleagues in the Morang branch. And then, yes, we're discussing the challenges and future directions in online teaching learning. But as Indraji says, interesting in the way I dealt with technology, and I shared my story of how I learned. I think the only thing that helped me to learn was whenever there is something new, I don't say no, I just do it, okay? But it doesn't mean that I know it. Even before the coronavirus pandemic started, I think I did not know many things about this video conferencing and how to do this and that on Zoom and Google Meet, and then Microsoft Teams, you know, and then the Skype. So I wasn't very aware. And I did not know many of the features of Moodle that we use in Kathmandu University, these asynchronous online things. So what we do, what I do is, whenever there is something new, I don't say no. I don't say I don't know. I just go for it. And then initially, at times, I have appeared to be fool because I didn't know anything, but I was trying to use that. But I appear to be fool only at that point. Okay, but after that, now I became familiar. So, and then so gradually, I mean, whenever something new came, I, went for it. Now, another secret that I have shared in some places that you might be interested in is if I need to learn something, then what I do is I make sure that I deliver a session in the item I have to learn. Okay, let me repeat. So if I have to learn how to use Zoom, then I say, okay, if they're looking for someone who can orient teachers on using Zoom, then I say, I'll do it. Now, learned. Okay, so that's one of the secrets that I've done. If I have to explore some new agenda, then I design a training session. Okay, so training is a way to explore something new. I think for now, so much. I think I've answered the question for now.
Thank you, sir. I'll come to you again after some time with another issue. So I'd like to move on to Mr. I'd like to move on to we have Mr. Ramesh Kumar Mishra. Ramesh sir, am I audible to you? Hello, Mr. Ramesh. Sir, am I audible to you?
Indra sir, he is muted. He seems to be muted. Umesh, would you please unmute him?
Ramesh ji? Ramesh, you
you're
are
audible
unmuted.
to me. Can you hear me?
Okay. So, Ramesh Kumar Mishra sir, am I audible to you?
Yeah, I'm able to listen to you. Good evening, everyone.
Okay, thank you, sir. I would like to welcome you in today's panel discussion. So,
thank you so much.
Our Ramesh Kumar Mishra sir is the founder and principal at DAV School, Viratnagar. As our expert Dr. Lakshman Gyawali sir already told us that if teachers if teachers have hunger for learning, then they can learn by this or that means. And Dr. Gyawali sir proved it in his own story as well. So as a founder and principal of DAV School, I'd like to ask you a question. How are your teachers? Are your teachers cooperating you to provide online classes from your school? What are the challenges that you are facing from the viewpoint of, from the standpoint of as a founder and principal? Over to you, Ramesh sir.
Thank you, sir. Actually, I'm also the central committee member of PEPSON as well, and we have been doing the things in the school as well. Now, as you asked, what our school is doing, and rather I'll tell you the PEPSON as well. Yes, we are doing online classes using Zoom app and Google Classroom, both. It's not easy. It's not easy. It was not easy for us initially. It has been now 1.5 months almost we have started. And switching over actually from the real classes to virtual classes, for everyone it was not easy. As Professor Gyawali he's told that you need to learn it. You have to, because you don't have any other option. In this situation, actually we are searching for alternatives. And once, because you don't have any alternative, it is only the virtual classrooms that you can use, that you can do. So saying that I'm not I'm not friendly to the technologies or technical issues, it is not going to help you anywhere. So it was a challenge initially. It was, and in the beginning, it was obviously a challenge. But we then started with the teachers, and as we are talking virtually today, we gave some virtual lessons as well to the teachers, how to use the apps for virtual classes. There were certain challenges like uh, bringing the students to the platform was not easy. It was because we run a school, and the school is from, say, nursery to class 12. So senior students was a little easier, but obviously the junior ones, it was not that easy. And I mean, even for the teachers, because they were locked at home, it was not easy to call them to the school or to any other place where we can give them the proper training. But slowly and gradually, because as Professor Dr. Gewali, he told that if you keep doing it, because practice is the best way to learn. So they all started practicing. We gave some classes virtually as well to the teachers, and then we are now into, say, 70 to 80% comfortable mode. But still the challenges are there. Maybe like the devices, the bandwidth, or these kind of problems are still there sometimes. The connection is not there with the students or with the teachers. So these are the problems, the issues which are coming. But still, as there's no other option at the moment. So I think all the schools and many schools, I think, as so far as I know, they are doing this virtual classes. Challenges will be there. We have to overcome the challenges, and this is the way of life, because challenges were there when they're real classes also. Virtual classes also, there are challenges, and we'll face these challenges. We'll overcome all these challenges. And as somebody was talking earlier, that we don't know how the things is going to shape in future. So we need to be even more equipped with all these things. Anyway,
okay, thank you very much, Ramesh sir, for your wonderful idea. You shared what you are doing there in your school as well. So here we have Mr. Bhuvan Kumar Wagle, faculty member from Maryland College, Viratnagar. So Bhuvan sir, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
So you are also a teacher, educator, and you are, I know you are expert in using online classes in course of teaching and learning and training teachers. So what have you felt, sir? What types of typical problems and challenges teachers and students are normally facing while using online teaching and learning applications and technology? Over to you, Bhuvan, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Indraji. I'm humbled that you people selected me as a panelist with my honorable Guru Lakshman sir and our Vijay sir and my other gurus and all Neltians. Yes, I'm a person who is from a comfort zone. I love to say it's a comfort zone in a sense that as I'm the faculty of Maryland College, then we run bachelor's in international business management, BSc honors that we call. So my all students are 18 plus age, all are matured students. So they all have their own personal devices, and they have been already practicing these all online things, because we already had provisions to Google Classroom, and we had virtual sessions and audio video presentations and all things. So in that sense, I'm from the comfortable zone. And to connect with the teachers training and exact scenario, really, I was hearing Vijay sir there. He was telling the real picture was coming. And yes, I'm also watching another beautiful picture. Let's say that, yes, the teachers are very much eager. Either I should say, they are forced to learn these online skills, and with the empty stomach, I love to say, you see, they have not been paid. I have been reported by lots of teachers that because the schools were closed in a great hurry and the schools have not been able to admit the students. So when the parents fail to pay the students' fees and admit, then the private schools cannot pay the salary to the teachers. So with this, loss of, they are all surrounded by these very difficult situations right now. So in spite of that, here were 300 teachers from Morang and beyond Morang here. So that is one of the great things that we have to consider. So you see, the schools, they are running their virtual classes. Actually, there are problems in a sense that actually they are exactly doing this by not by their willingness or not in the type of an advancement, but they are forced to do that. Outside, there is a huge fear of corona transmitting, and the life is at risk. And again, they have been paid from and government school teachers who are being paid. I think they are running the class preparation classes. I have been reported that they also have been halted. So the situation is very bad. So I'm not an expert of this IT. Actually, I'm the student of English language and I'm the student of education, and my guru is here with me. So I'm not expert, but you see the Zoom, the vulnerability of this Zoom app and its probability of being hacked, and then multiple access that is provided to the participants is little risky. And Google Classroom for that, the parents, you see today I would just I will take just 2 minutes time to present the scenario, please, because one participant is missing with my honorable guru there, Lakshman sir. Actually, I was just stating that there are three major issues related to this online education. I was going through this one university that its name is Rowan University, New Jersey, USA. They had published a report about the online education things, and they first say that there must be a proper planning, well-designed course. So we school teachers who are running, private school teachers who are running online classes, actually what we are doing is we are clicking the photograph of the textbook that the students have, and then we are just teaching as we did in the classroom. And then we require a different course for this, that is this online friendly, then that is not done. And the instructors, they are slowly learning. It's just something like we play Ludo at home in this lockdown situation. Like we are the dice of Ludo, that when there is 6, then we can again we can hit, or our next turn comes. In the same way, they are not properly prepared, and there is no proper motivated interaction between the instructors and the learners, because the students don't know even how to mute. Here we see, we are teachers here, people are just using disturbing factors out here. Now you just imagine the situation, the deplorable situation of teachers, that they are teaching in primary level, and those students and guardians, and they are actually in this type of situation, sir. So
Thank you, Bhuvan sir.
I just want to leave the space for Lakshman sir to put light on it, sir.
Thank you, Bhuvan sir. I'll come to you again with another issue. So thank you for your wonderful ideas. I again move on to our Professor Dr. Lakshman Gewali sir. Lakshman sir, so as Mr. Ramesh Kumar Mishra and Bhuvan Kumar Wagle sir also agreed to the point that students normally do not want to participate in online education spontaneously. Somehow we have to force, somehow we have to regulate them to join online classes. So I think this is the case of motivation. So I'm going to raise this motivation issue from 3 different perspectives, from the perspectives of teachers, and then students and their parents. So first of all, teachers. So when the administration, school administration makes arrangements for online classes, then I have heard that the teachers, they want to avoid themselves from delivering their online classes. They say this and that, or next time I will do, I'm not prepared, or something like that. Means they want to avoid themselves from this online teaching, online classes, I have heard. And not only that, they also, I have heard that, them talking that this does not have good result. This is meaningless. This does not give good result, because when we teach our students in the real classroom with all our activities, then also they cannot they cannot do as our expectation, but just delivering the class passively, sitting on a chair at home and just giving theoretical concepts through online classes does not work. I have heard some teachers talking like this. So, and similarly to the part of students as well, I have seen our school, others secondary school also has started online classes, and in the beginning, in a group 92 or sometimes 100 plus students joined the group, and gradually day after another day, the number reduced dramatically, and I think after 15 days, 15 to 16 days, the number reduced to just 15 to 20 students, and this happens. So there is demotivation to the part of students as well, and similarly to the part of parents also. Parents normally, if we encourage parents to give their digital devices to their children, and so that they could participate in online classes, they normally say no. So how is this possible? It is not very important, and I should go outside for my work also, and I need my device. So when school reopens, then students will learn that way they respond. So Lasmar sir, what do you think is the major cause of this type of frustration and motivation towards online teaching and learning? Over to you, Lasmar sir.
Okay, Energy, thank you so much. You've set the scene very clearly, and also the two practitioners, Ramesh sir and Bhuvan sir, have also painted a very good picture of what happens in the real field. Now, I agree, and there's nothing to disagree with the issues that you have raised. Now, if we just reflect and then ask ourselves why the participants, I mean students here, are not actually actively attending the sessions, classes, and why the number reduces, I mean decreases every other session, and why the teachers are kind of resisting, okay, here, okay. So now why? One very basic principle, okay, of change is education causes change. Education leads to change or leads the change. But ironically, it is the education that is slow to change, sometimes even reluctant to change. That is the dynamics of education. Okay, we change the world with education, but education itself doesn't try to change slowly, and that is happening now. I think the word Bhavanji was mentioning comfort zone. Okay,
yeah,
we teachers were in a comfort zone. We had a curriculum, we had textbooks, and then maybe even teachers' guides and other support materials, and we had been teaching the same materials year in, year out, and we could predict the questions for the examination. No, that's how we were running our life. And all of a sudden, there comes this completely different dynamics, different kind of scenario, different kind of modality or mode of delivering is you have the same textbook, you have the same materials, you have the same curriculum, but in a different form. That and the class lesson delivery also is in different form. That is, we have to go to online platform. Okay, first, as I said yesterday and I repeat earlier as well, almost nobody was prepared for this situation, so it's okay, it's natural to be reluctant. Okay, one. And then second is students, still now, students are taking these classes as only gap fillers, something like, oh, they're doing it just to keep us engaged. Maybe even students in private schools might be thinking, or parents might be thinking that they're running these classes just not to lose them. Okay, so they will run away to another school. And then teachers are also sort of, not comfortable because they always went to classes, they discussed with the teachers, they wrote things by hand, in the pen. But now there's something invisible class. I'm sitting here in my home thinking that I'm talking to 162 people at the moment now. But actually, when I look around, there's nobody here. It's all invisible. Okay, it's virtual. It's not physical. So the psychology of the teachers and the students, that has not or is not ready emotionally, or let us say again, to put the same word, psychologically they are not ready, because they are not convinced of what we are doing, what they are doing. Okay, so that is there. This is one reason. Okay, not fully grasping the reality, the realness, not reality but realness of this online teaching. One. Second is, when do people become reluctant, is when they're not confident with the things that they're working with. So now this technology, now if I asked, let us say, all of you there this question in January, okay, if I asked you to run a class on Zoom, you would get angry with me because you don't have Zoom, you're not prepared, all this. But today you're happily, you're happily attending a session without anybody supporting you financially, without anybody actually forcing you to take part. Means now the situation brought you here and you were self-motivated. So this kind of self-motivation and technical know-how, that just comes by. Technical know-how just comes by. But students and teachers are reluctant because of these two things. One, not fully seeing the real world connection of what they are doing, not seeing its realness, and second is their their computer literacy, ICT literacy being less than what they expect, what the class expects. Okay. But there are also technical issues, like you sit down and you start, checking the class, then all of a sudden the internet goes, okay? So our infrastructure of internet system in the country is also responsible for that. Now the fourth point I would like to raise for this point, this stage, is our, psychological problem to adapt, adaptability. Our Nepalese are very good in adaptation, but this time maybe they're not that comfortable, because this online teaching has come all of a sudden without giving time even to complain, I can't do. Okay, so how they are expressing is by either by being late or complaining this and that, or just quietly, quietly revolting by not attending classes, so they're doing this. So let me summarize what I said is, to go backward, it is the adaptability issue in the new environment, and it is the technical know-how and technical infrastructure problem. And then third is, seeing the realness and the value of this online teaching learning in the real world. I think these are the three things I see at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Lakshman sir. Great ideas. Actually, you pinpoint, you picked a very crucial type of points related to this issue, and I think questions about motivation can be now solved. But one thing is, it is again, it is ourselves to act out. We need to convince our guardians. We need to convince our students about why we are going to deliver online classes. Is it true, sir?
Yes. I mean, not just convincing. explicitly, okay, sit down, I'll tell you, it is useful. This way will not work. What you do is, you keep doing it and then keep your ears open, what they say, fix it, okay, do something interesting, show the positive stories there, and then keep doing it, and then market it, quote unquote. Marketing is disseminating. So disseminating helps people to be convinced finally. Oh yes, that works. Everybody is doing, so I should do. They got a degree, I should do. So maybe for this, the school should run short term. I think one suggestion I would give to all schools administration is they need to find out a course online run by another university, maybe foreign university, which is not long, simple, short, but it gives some ideas on how to be a student in the online environment. Then the teachers will now know why students do not come to the class. And then they will be able to revisit their pedagogical practices. They will be able to revisit their planning, their materials, the way they manage the classes. Like classroom management was an issue earlier. Now we have to manage virtual classroom management. So then once actually I'm saying this from my experience. When KU, Kathmandu University, brought this Moodle system, and then we were required to go online. So I had the same psychology initially. Then what I did was I went for a MOOC courses, these massive open online courses, where I became a student. I've got, I think, 2-3 courses every year. Then only I realized where the shoe pinches. Okay. And I started, slowly, I started learning this and learning that and fixing this and fixing that. And now I can advise others in how we can actually go about or go along doing this. And then for students, they should not focus on curriculum first, because they have to be acclimatized. They should be acclimatized. They should acclimatize in the online environment. So how about doing this? How about running one different course, maybe writing or general knowledge or mathematics something for one whole week, and then issuing online certificates for doing that. It is not a regular course, regular something, but but you can make it extracurricular or something online, but teach them implicitly. You are teaching them, but this way, what happens is they become used to the online environment, online technical things, and then they start seeing the value of it. And then maybe when they come to the regular curricular lessons and sessions, I think they will be better prepared for participating.
Thank you, sir. Great idea. Definitely, this could be great ideas for solving this problem. We all have to make a joint effort, and we we have to prove the difference. We have to prove the change from ourselves first. I think if we teachers also participate in these types of programs, and if we also take online courses which are free of cost as well, and then if when we earn experiences and certificates, when we demonstrate all these things to the students and guardians, then I think it would be easier to convince them to continue online education. Thank you, sir. I'll come to you again. So so regarding to the same question, I would like to ask Mr. Ramesh Kumar Mishra, sir. Sir, how are you motivating your students towards your online classes, and what is the situation of their average attendance these days? Over to you, Ramesh, sir. Sir, please unmute your audio first.
Ramesh sir, you can unmute your device.
Ramesh sir, we can't get you. Please unmute your audio.
Yeah, I've unmuted. Sorry,
Yeah, thank you,
actually the
sir. Thank
host
you.
was not permitting me to unmute.
Go on, sir.
Anyway, thank you. Actually, see, the situation at the moment that has come in front of us. Actually, it was all unprepared. It was nobody was knowing till the lockdown, or even after the lockdown, we were thinking after 30 days that things will be fine and everything would come to a standstill. But it is not to be. So actually, we need to search for alternatives. So this is the virtual classes is the best alternative at the moment, and coming into pace with it, it will take some time. Obviously, we need not panic. First thing is we need not panic. The stakeholders, that is the students, the teachers, and the parents. We are the three students, teachers, and the parents for the school, as I am saying. So, there was a lot of good suggestions by Professor Gawali as well, like for the students and the teachers both. Adaptability. They should adapt to the situation because this will take some time. See, this is we are learning to live differently at the moment. You can all of us can see that the life that was much easier earlier has become so difficult at the moment. So at one place is the struggle for life as well. Another place, these things, because the life has to continue and the things has to move on. So let the children and the teachers and the parents adapt. Do not panic. Nobody should panic first. Then the technical issues are there. Obviously, the technical issues they have to be addressed, and like internet connection, the device at home, or whatever are these things. These things must be proper. Then the computer literacy or the computer know-how, how the technical know-how. So these are the things that has to be done for everyone, for the teachers, for the students, and for the parents. And actually, what I would like to suggest, you asked me that what is the presence exactly, but before that, I'd like to tell you and suggest everyone, because this is my feeling, and I feel, like Professor Gavali also said at the moment, that we need not do it as like a classroom, a real classroom at the beginning. Let it be very slow, initially short classes. Maybe tell them a story, maybe tell them how to do the things properly, how to cook food at home, whatever it is, a short class which is not exactly in their syllabus, and initially short classes, and for less duration, maybe half an hour, maybe 30 minutes, maybe 40 minutes, maybe like this only. And let the students come into a comfortable zone, because this is not, they are not in, nobody's into comfortable zone at the moment. Let the students come into a comfortable zone. Do not make them burdened with the syllabus or this or that, because at the moment syllabus or this or that is not that important. Give them time to adjust. That is what I feel is very important at the moment. And do not try to do too many things. What actually, why you also mentioned initially the what you said, the attendance was around 100, then it got reduced to maybe 50, then 40, then 10 to 15. And actually, I think we tried. What I feel, we tried to do a lot of things in the beginning only. We tried to prove ourselves, but it is not to prove. It is the adaptability. I believe, as Dr. Gavali told, adaptability is one of the important things. Then the technical issues, and one by one, like short classes first. Not maybe exactly the syllabus. Then the students make them comfortable. That talk to them, speak to them, what they feel about the things, because they need to understand that they must be encouraged to lead the life as well, because this is very important at the moment. So make them confident. Do not let them panic, and do not make them burdened or afraid of the things. Give less work, as you can stretch a work for a week also. There is nothing big about it. Make them mentally strong, and do not do too many things together. So I think if these tips are followed by the teachers and the students and the parents also, actually the parents is one part. They also keep troubling why the classes were not taken today, what happened, is that. So haste. Be cool, be calm. We as teachers, we as the principals, we as the motivators, we need to be calm first, and then make the students and the parents calm. Tip for the teachers, obviously, the economic issues are there. Obviously, the government or the authorities, they will address it obviously in the days to come, because nobody's because the future fear is already there. But for the teachers also, I'd say, don't panic. Things will improve. because it is actually in a lockdown situation, or mentally also we are locked down a bit, So switch on to virtual classes, as Professor Gewali told me, to practice it before you take it to the students. Then interact with the students, tell them what is this is not a situation to panic. Less technically then there should be, if there is any difficulty, the schools or the institutions like NELTA and other technical institutions, they must provide them some technical assistance as well. And these things, if we go together, I think things will improve. And in days to come, because I feel, I'm not sure, and nobody is sure actually, that how long this is going to continue, especially the school education and the education sector as a whole. But I think it'll take some time to come back to the normal situation, maybe 6 months, maybe 3 months, maybe, I'm not sure about it. But obviously things cannot be left alone. Do it properly, one by one, slowly, gradually. Let the children, let the parents, let the teachers adapt. There is nothing, no rush, nothing to show off. And then slowly and gradually the things will improve. And obviously, when you are struggling this much, when you're working this hard, you need to be looked after. That is a well-made point by the other panelists. It has to be addressed. Obviously, these things need to be addressed. And you talked about the attendance. Students actually, as they are coming. If I talk about my case, 70% students, they are attending. But still 30% they need to be addressed. They have to be traced. Where are they? Somebody is at some place, we're stuck at some place, we're not able to come. So things are like that. And I think gradually, when we make the things interesting, when the things will improve, I think the number will increase. And actually a bit of flexibility for the teachers to come to the school, and technically we can support them a little more. And we can, after that we feel that we can have the attendance even more, So these were my points, and everybody has to be patient. The patience is the key at the moment. Impatience will not lead anywhere. So
Thank
be
you,
patient,
sir.
be calm, and then work. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Ram, sir.
Dear moderator, sorry for interruption. Shall we come close to the conclusion now?
Yeah, we are heading to this. How much time do we have, Ram, sir?
No,
Approximately.
It is 6 now. Within 5-7 minutes, we have to conclude.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I am heading to that. Thank you, Ram, sir. So I would like to thank Mr. Ramesh Kumar Mishra, sir, for his very practical ideas and suggestions and experiences he shared.
Dear moderator, excuse me.
Sir?
Okay, if you have more questions, we can go rapid fire round. Okay, to collecting quick responses to those questions. Fine. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, our chair, Gura sir. I'm managing it. I have a few questions only left, so I think we can finish it in time. So here is Ramesh sir was giving his ideas. I have noted down a few more issues here. And I'm sorry, Ramesh sir, I asked you, I requested you to tell about your school's attendance as well. I should not have, I think, asked, but I thought many schools are struggling very hard to manage these online classes, and some schools have, they are forced to postpone the classes because of technical problems and managerial problems. That's why your experiences could be very useful for them as well. That was my intention. Thank you, sir. And today's discussion, I think, gave more highlight, more importance to our collaborative work. Is this webinar organized by NELTA Morang is one example of it. So in the days to come also, we should work together with the private schools and organizations like PAPSON and community schools as well. And Bhuvan sir, yes, do you have any points to add in this issue, sir, please?
Yes, sir. I was just expecting. I will be finished by 2 minutes. I will not take much time.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I will go point by point because the time is running away. So
yeah, please.
One is now let's talk little functional. So far, my research and experience, when I merged these both, then I reached to this conclusion. We can discuss on that. So first of all, this is an interim situation. Before pandemic, we were in general class, and yeah, we cannot say that the situation goes like this only. One day the pandemic will end. So interim management of this online delivery of education should be done. So while doing that, the school owners have to call the teachers with certain social distancing. They have to refer to the resource person online or physically if possible. And then they have to prepare a well-designed course. Okay, how to make the exact available curriculum friendly to the students. And then we have to train the teachers. Again, this training also has contributed, but it should be focused training, should be rigorous training should be given, because we are well aware that the right mixture of online delivery and physical delivery can create something beautiful, what we call meaningful education. So
thank you, Bhuvan sir, for your very.
I'm going to end it. Next.
Okay, thank you, sir.
We have to prepare a social consensus that the cost of this online delivery, the quality of this online delivery, and how can we enroll more and more students? How can we counsel them? Now we have to appoint the class teachers and the administration both to join the online classes. That is beneficial. And last point, the advancement of technology that's taking place. They have to collect the Gmail accounts of all their students, and then they have to post. Not in social media is not that much trustable and that much reliable source. So through Gmail, and if we run the classes through Google Meet, then that will be useful. So to sum up, what I love to say is we have to prepare ourselves for the post-pandemic era, where the education that we gain in this interim situation and the physical classroom, we would be ready. So there is no any escape to be hopeless, no any escape to be sad and down. We have to proceed. We have to go forward. So we all have to be ready for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhuvan sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a great idea. Everything has brighter sides, and we have to coin it very carefully. So this pandemic has taught us very important lessons, and we have to change ourselves to be pandemic friendly. There is no other way. I think I don't know much. Lasmar sir will explain about it. So I have one very crucial question left for today's panel discussion, and I'm heading to Lasmar sir once again. Lasmar sir, so definitely there are quite many distinctions between real classrooms, real classrooms and online classrooms. So the materials prepared for the curriculums, the textbooks and other materials prepared for our education system are especially for real classrooms. And now our teachers are encouraged to use them virtually. So how can they transform all these things all of a sudden? Definitely there are some difficulties. So I'm expecting some very useful tips from Lasmar sir, so that we can make a teaching of online teaching and learning environment very fruitful. Over to you, Lasmar sir.
Okay, so you're asking me to suggest some ways how the teachers can transform, change, or adapt the physical materials into online friendly materials. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There are 3 points I would like to say. 2 actually to the teachers and 1 to the management. So to the management, let me begin. Because when you recruited teachers, online teaching skills were not a requirement. So you cannot demand that they have to do it. But because the situation has demanded, they will do it. So what is the meeting point is, you must organize training sessions for them in which they learn the basic things. For example, in 2-3 sessions I ran during this pandemic, I started with very simple thing, how to develop PowerPoints, okay? Most people take PowerPoints for granted. But actually, when you go to PowerPoint, there are so many things you can do. The same PowerPoint helps you to tell a story, to teach writing, to do this figures presentation, tabular presentation, lots of things. So the management should spend money or maybe organize freely, whatever way they can, to train teachers with the basic skills required for adapting, transferring, or in a very technical word, we call them modularization of the materials to put online, okay? So that is from management side. Now to the teacher's side, what you do is, before you came online in this scale, teachers from other countries, were actually working and putting things online. So you can look for materials in the online platforms for a lesson that you are teaching. So if you think that certain lesson doesn't have any corresponding materials in online, then what you do, you skip that lesson, okay? You make a different plan. So what you do is, you plan lessons that you can teach online with the help of materials available online, okay? But they are related to your lesson, okay? Exactly. For example, for teachers who are teaching mathematics, science, economics, statistics, Khan Academy has got exactly the same lessons that you teach. So why not adapt them here? For English teachers, there are exactly the same dialogues, same pronunciation, same paragraph writing, same sort of materials that that you teach, the songs and poems and stories, everything is there. So adapt things from the online resources, one. And then next is, you do some extra work, okay? As I often say to my students and elsewhere, is if you want to be successful, you need to run an extra mile. Run an extra mile. That is, develop something that is, your product, okay? So, for example, maybe you learn to type in a format. You learn to develop some kind of presentation, or you record your voice, and then put it in the PowerPoint and then let it play it to students. Then what happens is, you will develop a confidence in you that you can develop the materials that you need. You can look after yourself. That becomes your professional development, okay? So for the time being, use materials which are relevant from online. Also, side by side, you start creating your materials and then use them. And if there are certain things, then what you do is simply scan. If you have a technology there, actually the mobile phone helps you. Take a photo and then upload them or send them. So the material goes. So they will be able to access and then use them. Now there comes a problem with the blackboard or whiteboard, whatever. You need to learn how to use online whiteboard. If you just type in Google saying Microsoft Online Whiteboard, remember Microsoft Online Whiteboard. If you type, then you will get one place where there is a whiteboard, and you can write, you can draw, you can do anything. Then you can teach whatever is not something that you can send, but you can write and explain as if you are doing in the classroom. So there are multiple ways, but you need to start, and then, as I said, let me repeat, you need to run an extra mile. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lakshman Gemwali sir, for your wonderful ideas. And I think we have already exceeded time. So actually, all valued participants, including me, we never tired of listening to our Professor Dr. Lasman sir. And thank you very much for your wonderful time with us and for your great ideas. Similarly, I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to Ramesh sir and Bhuvan Kumar Wagle sir for their valuable participation in today's panel discussion. And I think in conclusion, again, I will repeat the same idea that if we work together with teachers, administrators, experts, and students work together, sometimes as Lasman sir suggests that we can learn even from our students. So if we work together collaboratively, I think we can handle such panic situations, and we can reduce the loss in the sector of education caused by such critical situations. So thank you very much once again. I would like to hand over this microphone to our host Ram sir. Over to you, Ram sir.
Thank you very much, Indra Chauhan sir, for wonderful motivation. And we express our deep gratitude and thankfulness to Professor Dr. Lasman Gemali, Mr. Ramesh Kumar Mishra, and Mr. Bhuvan Kumar Wagle. Your insightful and logical ideas really enlighten us, we believe. And a special thanks goes to the moderator for your wonderful moderation. You set very strong and powerful background, and then set a good tempo based on the idea and then topic. Thank you very much for that. Now we have come very close to the end of the program today. So I would like to express my I would like to express my deep gratitude and respect to your patience, especially dear participants, your patience and passion too for the participation till the end. We will always remain indebted with you all for this. On the behalf of NELTA Morang branch, thank you once again, and allow me to hand over this forum spotlight to NELTA Morang chair, Mr. Gunraj Nepal, for formally concluding the program today. See of you all. Thank you all. Over to you, Gunraj sir.
Ram sir, I guess if of course we are running out of time, but if there are any questions, means one or two to the panelists, please do collect them, and then we'll come to an end.
Okay, thank you, dear chairman. If there are any questions, Baburam Timsina, raise hand for the question, sir. Very quickly, please, put forward your question.
Before the question comes, there is a question already in the chat box. Let me quickly say that somebody is asking. I just lost that. Do we need to change the syllabus, or the same syllabus will work? It is not changing syllabus. Please do not do that. Firstly, it is not in your hands. Secondly, don't do it. Just look at the syllabus, look at the textbook that you're teaching, other materials, and then corresponding materials available online. You just pick it, lift it, and use it. Okay, that's the only suggestion. We are not going to make every changes everywhere. Okay, thank you.
Okay, shall I begin?
Yes.
Good evening and namaste, sir. Thank you so much for such an insightful session you always have. I'm a big fan of you all over the time that I know. I don't have question, but I have only query to ask with you. Would you please be kind enough to share a few online links, because I missed the session yesterday because of power cut. So will you please repeat once few links to learn for interactive learning online?
Okay, what I will do, I will paste the links from my PowerPoint that I showed yesterday in the chat box, and you can just use them. Okay.
Yeah, sure, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dear participants, yeah. So I think our queries and questions are this much. Is there any? Rajendra. Yeah. Rajendra Prasad Koirala.
Can I begin now?
Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, please go ahead, Rajendra sir.
All right. So I am Rajendra Koirala, and first of all, I'd like to shower my great acknowledgement to organizer that they have just conducted this program in such a stay-at-home environment, And I've been very much impressed with the lady yesterday. She presented Subba madam and Dal sir this morning as well. And it's really a great pleasure that just we have been able to conduct this kind of program in such a terrific situation, rather I say. But whatever we say, whatever we talk about, sir, this morning as well, I was in a program where Education Minister was also there. And the very ragging problem right now that the government is facing is that subjectively, whatever we speak about, you see, but objectively, there are certain problems. First of all, we have to, get the guidelines of the government is more important, you see. And in order to get that guidelines and in order to prepare those guidelines, government needs to reform and amend the act. And until and unless the act is changed, it is almost impossible to go through these virtual classes. And it might take around like 3 to 4 months again. As I was very much happy with Mr. Mishra, sir. I found him so, calm and cool that he was presenting. And at the same time, the idea that Gawali sir gave right now was also very impressive. Gawali sir, thank you, Lakshman sir, for your very nice, insightful, things you have just given. But one thing we should understand that even now, we have got what kind of mentality I can't understand. I was listening some of the teachers who are still saying that the differences, the discrimination, that what's happening in private schools and what's happening in the community schools. Let's not talk about this kind of shitty matters right now, sir. My request is that, because it's time that we have to think about the development of the education. Even now the government has, that really some kind of, you see, that is privileges that the private schools have to look after the, government schools as well. But still,
okay, thank you, Rajendra sir. Thank you. We got your idea.
Once again, I'd like to just shower my acknowledgement to the organizers. And if I have unintentionally or unwittingly just made any kind of comment against the guidelines of the NELTA, I'm very sorry for that. Thank you very much. Thank.
Okay. Now you may go ahead, Gunaraj sir.
Okay, thank you, Ram sir. What I'm thinking now is, this is a feedback time for us. So instead of saying anything from the organizer's side, we should listen to our NELTA leaders. I guess Hemantaraj Dal sir is here, and Motikala madam, our president, is also there. And let us listen to them, and Professor Gawali, senior vice president, is also with us. And one thing is obvious, without unconditional support, unconditional and continuous support, I should say, the Zoom, is provided to us by NELTA Center, and frequent calls, advice, feedback by Moti madam, and despite Hemanta sir's busy schedule, I requested him to give a session, and he also managed to give a session for us. And Lakshman sir also, outright accepted our, offer for the session. These things are very valuable for us, and the kind of support that I, as a branch chair, received from provinces, branches. Without these all things, this webinar wouldn't be a historic one in terms of participants, in terms of session speakers, in terms of the, dynamics of the ideas presented, in terms of interaction and discussion that we had. Means we believe that, we made a history, right? We had 300 participants and we had almost close to 300 today, So, we feel that we have done really, a great contribution to what we can do, as a branch. Now, this is a time for us, to listen to Hemanta sir, Motikala madam, Lakshman sir. Brief note, we are running out of time, no problem, but I can still see many branch chairs are here, and your words will matter a lot to us. So I would like to go with Madam President, if she's there. and or if Madam is not there, then we can go with Hemanta sir. So Ram sir, you can proceed. So let us listen to our NELTA leaders, what could be future directions for us and how they feel about and what limitations we had, in terms of organizing this program, how it could have been done in a better way. Okay, let's listen to them. It's always pleasure listening to our leaders.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gunaraj sir. You can, you may lead ahead for these all things. Thank you very much.
So, shall I request Moti Kala madam, dear Madam President, are you there?
Sir, I can't see Moti ma'am on the screen, on the participants list. Moti ma'am, are you there? I don't think she is there. Let's go with Hemant sir. Gunra sir, what do you think?
Okay, yes. Of course, sir, of course. Sir, dear sir, Hemant sir, please.
Umesh sir, Hemant sir's microphone
Yes,
is
he is
muted.
unmuted. Yes, sir, please go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thanks a lot, friends. I spoke quite a lot this afternoon, so I have nothing to speak. I spoke yesterday also, so simply the thing is, I have heard quite a lot about community school and private school. Yesterday also I proposed, why not to work together? The idea is now we should start collaborating with the local government, and then let's create a pool of resources. Let's create a funding, source of funding. Then private and community start working together for enhancing quality of education. The initiative of virtual discussion, interaction, training, we call, now has taken a momentum this time. There are a lot of questions, there are a lot of challenges, we understand that. Previously also I expressed my person that it's very challenging to launch this training among the students considering the lack of minimum infrastructure. That is a big challenge. However, we can continue our discussion among the teachers, trainers, government agencies, Ministry of Education, PAPSON, and other relevant stakeholders, the university leaders, like Tribhuvan University, Kathmandu University. And another main point I want to repeat is, during the lockdown, we have a lot of opportunity to prepare our long-term lesson plan and then also develop some materials and store so that once the schools are open, the academic institutions are open, our teaching, our instructional strategies will be, instructional activities will be smarter, far smarter. That's why I'm guessing whether the time will come that in 2 years, let's say in 2 academic session, maybe that 2 academic session might, let's say, cover 18 months or 15 months or 20 months. Maybe the time will come. I don't know the government policy. 2 academic sessions might be combined together. I mean, let's say grade 9 and 10, for instance, you will be completing the course for grade 9 and 10 in 18 months or 16 months, not one academic year, not one grade. The time might come. That could be one option, or we will go cut short and then we will be very selective, deleting what I was telling, deleting, or let's say selective, and then we will teach the content, highlighting the priority of the syllabus, and we would like to complete the course. That's why we should start some kind of strategy. We have a lot of confusion because no one is in the world, no one is ready to answer. America also could not become successful for launching virtual classes for the students, school level students. So the new thing, and we don't have exact ideas. We have to find some local ideas and strategies now, but it's not easy. That's why our preparatory things should go ahead. Once we have to come out, then the way we should teach, we'll be teaching our strategies, let's say our efficiency, effectiveness, that must be multiplied, I guess. not the kind of pace or the kind of quality or the kind of efficiency. Whatever we have been doing now, it should be changed. Now we cannot say one of the colleagues, maybe Koirala sir, was talking about government policies for English teachers. Nothing should stop. The policies keep coming and going. They are very slow process. They will take, the policies will take years and years. Governments have the political priorities. Government in any world, the governments have high priority about politics, security, armament. These are the money things are the government priority. That's why always, whatever they talk, it's very difficult to implement the education thing as the first priority. You understand the budget and infrastructure, this time not very satisfactory, whatever, like considering the situation. That's why we should be ready ourselves with our local strength. Let's work together without making any distinction with an NELTA or PAPSON, private or community. We should work together for quality enhancement. So I would like to congratulate NELTA branch Morang, led by Gunraj sir, and all the colleagues in the eastern part of Nepal, province number 1, supported, and all the colleagues from different provinces. And I can see it is not, we say NELTA Morang, but this is kind of national or international. It's happening. Whatever the provinces are doing or branches are doing, we are saying you are just the organizer. But the nature of the webinar is a kind of national and international. So best of luck. Let's continue our work. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Hemant sir, for your encouraging feedback and note. Through Sarita madam, Motikala madam has extended her inconvenience for a concluding note here because of connectivity problems. So I would like to go with Senior Vice President of NELTA, Lasman Gyawali sir, for brief concluding remarks here. Then we will close a session today. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Gundaji, the chair of Morang. Hemant sir has highlighted many things. Maybe I'll just second to what he says and add a few things that I would like to. Number one, as I said, this situation came without any warning. So nothing was ready, nothing was in place, nobody was ready for this. It includes even the government. The government was not ready for this. That's why they are panicking. And the government doesn't mean they are from another planet. They are people like us, from us. They have certain more authority, more resources, but they're from here. So we also need to advise them what to do. I mean, through different channels. So they will know what to do. I mean, we need to show, because it was not the government that told so many schools, so many universities to run online classes, but we did without their support, without their guidance. We did it, and now they are only validating, endorsing what we are doing. Okay, so let us also do our bit. And second thing is, what I'm thinking is, why people are reluctant, earlier we discussed, is because they are not used to. Now, if the online banking, this time I was hearing, listening to one interview of a banker, that people were not using banking system a lot in this wallets a lot, but now they are doing it because they cannot travel here and there. In Kenya, they were not using banking system, but when these muggers, these pickpockets, they started, pickpocketing and mugging, then people started using online things. So some situation comes and people start using this. And now, if you use banking system online, and then if you communicate via online a lot, and then if you see other online facilities, and then like your registration, your data, everything happens from online, then also online classes also seem to be normal, just everyday thing. So people will understand, people will realize. So I think it is getting used to it, getting adapted to it, that we will be doing. But once again, I would like to say that teachers need to work from their situation, from where they are, and then make use of any resources, any knowledge, any skills that they have. And also, yes, we should expect from the government, from organizations, but we should also do our part. And when it comes to professional organizations like NELTA, we are in position to show the government what should be done. Okay, so events like Morang NELTA did, but this time it was interesting. Without any pre-plan, without any support from anywhere, these branches, these provinces, they organized these activities, and they were, responded by speakers from home and abroad, without a second thought, to speak and to facilitate. So I would congratulate Morang NELTA, and also request that you can plan another session maybe, but maybe in a different way, with different theme, okay, with sort of maybe some particular audience in mind, not everybody, because you can have like one for primary teachers, another for second teachers, one college teachers, one teacher trainers. From center also we have to do, and I'm saying this because I know there are members and non-members from other parts of Nepal. That's why I'm saying this. So we have done one round of these, flood-like, sessions here and there. But now next we should settle down and then look on a specific issue and a specific people, specific context. Then we can perhaps, make a difference in the way we deliver. With this, I think I'd like to conclude. I've already spoken earlier and yesterday as well. So thank you so much. Congratulations once again.
Thank you, sir. We are almost done, but I can see Sarita Madam there, our training coordinator, a patient, hardworking, resilient, motivator for such programs across the country. Sarita ma'am, could you please add your final to our program before we conclude the session?
Thank you, sir. It is not necessary to tell all those things about
you
me.
Deserve,
because,
madam, you deserve.
Yeah. No, learning is unlimited. As much as I learn from different branches and provinces and people like you who is very, very positive and who wants to work for the education, betterment of education. And it's really nice to hear from the scholars like you. So as Lakshman sir has already said, in my previous session, I have already said that all the branches and provinces have made things easier for NELTA Center for organizing trainings, it was so difficult to organize trainings because we had to manage time and transportation and accommodation, all those things, and the time of the facilitators and all. You manage everything. So it was so easy and convenient for us to say, do this and that, that's all. And my job was just to communicate with the chairs and presidents. So it is so convenient, and I'm so happy that you have concluded the webinar, and which is so short and sweet. I must say, short and sweet, but resourceful and very, very insightful, resourceful. And the topic is very, very relevant to the context. And you have utilized the time, as Moti Ma'am has already said, you have taken the challenge as opportunity. So hats off to you, all the team, and everybody. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I was not expecting that.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
So thank you, Sarita Madam, for your kind note, and Ram sir and all dear valued participants. Here we come to an end, and thank you all. Here we close the session. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Let's meet in another session.
Thank you so much.
Seminars and webinars. Thank you.
Sure,
Thank you
sure,
to
sure.
the NELTA Morang.
Thank you, Virendra sir, thank you. Soda Miss, thank you. Vishnu Dakal, thank you.